If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 51, Battling Brock. Hear me out, I yelled out, pushing the doors of Pewter City's gym open. Me too, Serena responded next. And me, Lily responded last. After saying that, the inside of Pewter Gym came into view. Between the flooring we stood on and the other side of the room laid a big battlefield, layered with different kinds of stone. There were also different sizes of rock scattered around, mostly brown in color. This made sense, as this gym belonged to Brock right now. Brock specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Of course he would have a battlefield suited for his battling. This was one way he could take advantage of new trainers. Other gyms were like this too. Unfortunately, we were stopped by a couple figures who I presume they are trainers under Brock. In the games, one often had to make their way through these trainers first to reach the gym leader. That seems to be the case for this gym, but I don't know about the others since I haven't been there yet. Huh? Who the hell are you guys supposed to be? The male trainer said, only to approach me. He was about half a foot shorter than me, so he had to look up. Seeing the difference in height, his voice turned quiet. Well, aren't you a tall one? Maybe even taller than Brock. What brings you three here, challengers perhaps? That's right. We came to issue a challenge to the gym leader here in Pewter City, I responded confidently. Huh? So you guys are challengers, but Brock isn't the type to accept anyone you know. Tell me, have you three even obtained any badges? None. We only started our journey about a week ago, Serena grinned and responded. Haha. What a joke. Let alone Brock, you would have to face us two first. TCH, I wasn't expecting complete newbies to show up, the male trainer began to say while clicking his tongue. Yet in this next moment all of us were interrupted by a firm voice. It's all right, you two. These three trainers are ones I've been expecting, a firm voice said. Further in the back, we saw the gym light up, only for us to see a person stand up from an elevated cushion. He seemed as if he just exited a session of meditation. Brock? The female trainer asked, seeing the person in question walk toward us. The two trainers then parted ways, only to have Brock walk up. Sure enough, as I approached him, he was quite tall. I was just a tad taller than him, being an inch or two higher. So you're the group that's been on the league's watch list. The name's Brock. I run this gym here thanks to my good-for-nothing father running away. Are each of you looking to issue a challenge to the Pewter Gym? Brock asked as he began to introduce himself. His appearance was akin to that of the anime. Unfortunately, Brock did not do his signature cross-arm pose the moment he introduced himself. Instead, he had a calm air around him, but I could feel this hidden pressure. Confidence. As expected of an experienced gym leader. Yes. You can call me Itsuki, I responded with a smile, introducing myself too. I'm Serena. Lily. Nice to meet you, Brock. Likewise. And was it true you guys have not earned any badges? We haven't, I answered Brock while Serena and Lily shook their heads. If that's the case, Brock began to say. He then walked toward the right side of the entrance. Fiddling with the wall for a bit, it opened up, only to reveal a line of Pokeballs. We saw Brock grab two of them toward the center of the line, and closed the compartment back inside into the wall. Despite being new trainers, with it being you guys, I am sure you most gym rules already. But if not, I will still explain how my gym operates. I will use 2 Pokémon to battle. Challengers are free to use any of the 6 they have in their party. Any substitutions are allowed too. Hearing that, I raised my eyebrows. You're only going to use 2 Pokémon while we can use a full 6? Isn't that unfair to you? Lily asked, also surprised. Yet only Brock smiled. Gym battles aren't all just about quantity. We have special rules in place. You'd be surprised how many dropouts I face unable to pass the first hurdle as an experienced trainer. I hope you guys won't disappoint. Haha, we will try not to. But are you fine with us 3 going in successive order? Normally I would be if you 3 had different levels of gym progress, but that isn't the case here. I'd be using the same 2 Pokémon for each of you, so we will have to spread this out in the next 2 days after today. I will need to make sure my Pokémon get enough rest, Brock explained. So there are different stages of difficulty in gyms. Makes sense. This isn't the games, there can be trainers who don't come to Pewter Gym as their first gym, I inwardly said. I see. That makes sense, I replied as Serena and Lily nod their heads. Very well then, who will challenge me first? Brock asked. After he asked that, us three exchanged looks and that was all it took. We had long since decided our order. I will go first, I stated. Brock nodded and didn't mince any more words. He made his way toward the other end of the rocky battlefield. The couple trainers under Brock were mostly stunned during our exchange but got their act together. The female trainer rushed to the side and announced the start of the battle. This will be a 2-on-6 battle. The challenger is allowed any substitutions. Whoever knocks out all remaining Pokémon will become the victor. Let the battle begin. Brock and I looked at each other seeing the battle begin. Go Aether! Brock yelled out, tossing his Pokeball into the air. What came out was literally a rock with two large rocky hands and a face in its center. Aether said. I looked around my belt to see my string of 6 Pokeballs. I wasn't in my lab coat which would normally carry them, but when they weren't inside the coat I typically had my Pokémon around my belt. I didn't hesitate to grab one. I'm counting on you, Venonat, I responded. Venonat, Venonat exclaimed, making its appearance. A Venonat. A pretty rare Pokémon in this part of Kanto. But still, it is a bug and poison type. I specialize in rock-type Pokémon. Are you aware of the compatibility between typings? Brock asked with a hint of confusion. I am. But it isn't all just about typings. Pokémon may know moves that you may not expect, I answered Brock. Take Lily's Nidoran for example, having the move Water Pulse. You would think a poison type like that wouldn't be able to learn it, but it can. Haha. Good. That is true. I will see how you react accordingly. I'll give you the first move. I won't hold back then. Venonat, use Reflect, I announced my first move. After I did, Venonat's eyes started to glow with psychic energy. A triple-layered barrier appeared before us, only for it to vanish not long after. I see. A defensive maneuver right off the bat. We'll crush it. Aether, use Rollout, Brock issued his move. Dude, Aether responded. We then saw Aether start to use the rocky surface, and form into a ball. It started to rotate in place. Immediately after, Aether rolled over the rocks, knocking up stones as it came to us with a fast pace. The Reflect will slow it down but it'd be bad if direct contact still hit. I wonder if here Rollout powers up the more times it's used, or if it gains more speed. I didn't want to find out the hard way. Venonat, use Agility to hasten your speed and dodge. Venonat replied, and started to get quicker and quicker before my very eyes. Aether arrived, and the sounds of glass shattering struck our ears as it clashed through the Reflect. Thanks to Venonat's raised speed, Venonat was able to dodge, letting Aether collide into more rocks behind it. Thanks to Aether's force, the big rock quickly crumbled apart. So you were able to dodge with speed. Don't underestimate the speed of rock types either. Quick, Aether use Autotomize. Then follow up with another rollout. Aether yelled out, only to have steel energy surround its body. We then saw 2 phantom gears appear around it, and they started to rotate, creating clanking sounds around the field. Autotomize was pretty nifty. It was basically agility but for heavier Pokémon, like rock types. This move granted more speed to them. I then saw Aether act a lot faster, and rollout became more powerful along the way. Yet before Aether arrived I used my next move. Quick, Venonat, use Baton Pass, I yelled out. Venonat replied. It used its energy, only to form a baton, and tossed it up into the air. Before Brock realized it, Venonat turned into a red beam of light, quickly escaping back into my Pokeball. Aether's rollout hit nothing but air, and soon stopped its rotations, becoming confused. I saw Brock smile. So you know moves that can recall at a quick notice. Good. Let's see who you got next, Brock said, feeling excited. I didn't want to let Brock down. It was time to turn up the heat. Literally. And just like that my battle with my first ever gym leader was underway. Before we knew it, 10 figures arrived on the catwalk above the gym off in the distance, and started to watch the battle. If one looked closely, these 10 figures all looked like Brock in one way or another, except younger. As for Mew, it made its way to Pewter City along with us and found the way to the gym. As the Pewter gym building was mostly comprised of grey stone and granite, Mew plopped down on the roof undetected and transformed into a piece of stone. Mew let out a light giggle, only for it to no longer move from that spot. Mew became a rock. Chapter 52, Battling Brock. 2. I wonder if Brock knows that recalling moves like Baton Pass keep stat boosts used by its prior Pokémon? In fact, does such a thing work in this world I'm in? After learning this world is a mashup of mechanics and such, I wouldn't be surprised if this was actually a thing. Time to rest it out. After Venonat was recalled, I grabbed onto my next Pokeball. Come on out, Jack, I said. Spearow yelled out, starting to flap its wings. It quickly noticed Guedud and realized it was in the battle. Both of us saw a pale energy envelope Spearow's body only for it to quickly vanish. Yet Brock was still able to notice it. I see. I haven't come across many recall moves, but they still work like that. Be careful, Guedud, Spearow may be faster than it looks. Dude, Guedud responded. Guedud then put up both of its hands in a guarding position. Hey Brock, have you ever felt heat rise up? I asked Brock with a retort. Haha, what from the excitement of battle? Brock asked back with a smile. Well, yes. But this time I meant it literally. Let's heat the place up. Jack, use Sunny Day, I yelled out my next move. Spearow replied. After it did, fire energy began to emit from Spearow's body. Before long, despite being inside the gym, harsh sunlight started to peer into the whole battlefield. The couple of trainers under Brock started to shield their eyes. Not only that, everyone did indeed feel the temperature rise to an uncomfortable degree. Oh! Jack, blast Guedud away. Use Heat Wave. Spearow yelled out. Using the rays of the indoor sunlight, Spearow started to furiously flap its wings. As it sped up, it began to ignite into flames. Heat Wave got blasted at Guedud, who took the fire attack head-on. Thanks to the blast of the fire, Guedud got knocked up into the air, blasting backward. Its body struck hard into one of the large rocks nearby, and crushed it into pieces. Jack, don't give Guedud any time to rest. Finish it off with Steel Wing. After the heat around Spearow quickly dispersed. Dude, Guedud struggled. Not too long after, flame marks appeared on Guedud. This reaction caused Guedud to flinch. Heat Wave seemed to have burned Guedud. It felt more of its health sapped away. As that happened, Spearow took aim at Guedud. Its wings began to glow, only to stiffen up next. Silver energy wrapped around its wings, letting them glow. That was a pretty effective heat wave. Thanks to the sunlight, Itsuki dealt some good damage, despite Guedud being resistant with its typing. And that burned too, it's not looking good, Brock uttered to himself. Brock then issued his next move. Guedud, prepare for impact. Stand your ground and use iron defense, Brock said. I looked at Brock, then looked at Guedud. Guedud regained its hold and entered a defensive stance once more. Dude, Guedud said, only to let silver energy cover its rocky body. In the next moment, light reflected off of it, and Guedud appeared more polished. The silver energy dispersed, gathering into Guedud's body. Iron defense drastically raises one's defense, so Brock is expecting for Guedud to live through this steel wing. Go, I said, letting Spearow take flight. Using its speed, Spearow rushed at Guedud. In no time at all, Spearow swerved to Guedud's right, and stuck hard with its wings. A loud clash of metal struck all of our ears. Guedud hung on at first, and I saw Spearow striking it with its wings. Guedud didn't even move from its spot. However, in the next couple of moments, Guedud started dig into the ground, sliding back ever so slowly. Unfortunately for Guedud, it got struck by its burn again, and that spelled disaster for it. The moment Guedud took burn damage, it left up, letting Spearow complete its impact. Bang! A figure quickly left the ground, getting blasted all the way into the wall onto the right side of the gym. Another loud bang struck, creating an indent in the wall, spreading cracks behind Guedud. Guedud then fell down onto the ground. Once it struck the ground, faint circles appeared in its eyes. Despite the ongoing sunlight, the female trainer overseeing this match was momentarily stunned by this outcome. It took her a good moment before she spoke out. Guedud is unable to battle. Spearow wins, the female trainer said, announcing the result. Seeing this, Brock smiled. He calmly walked over to Guedud. You did well, Guedud. Take a good rest, Brock said, recalling Guedud. It was now the sunlight began to fade, letting the battlefield return to normal. A few areas of destroyed rocks could be seen. Brock then walked back to his spot. So you know your stuff, despite using a type normally resistant to rock types. But it is as you say, it isn't all about the typing. You've shown good compatibility with your Pokémon this far too, but this next one won't be as easy. Bring it on, I said back in anticipation. And this time, I actually saw Brock do his signature pose, crossing one arm over another over his chest. Seeing this only got me fired up even more. This meant that Brock himself was getting serious. Returning his arms back, he now had a Pokeball in his hand. Let's go Onix, Brock yelled out, tossing it into the air. The moment it did, a huge figure appeared over the battlefield, and let out a deep roar as any Onix would. And if one had to describe Onix's appearance, Onix was a huge-ass rock snake. I mean, Brock's Onix was huge. It covered most of the field with its body alone. Onix was said to be one of the larger Pokémon we currently know. But that won't affect me from continuing. Spearow also looked at it without backing down. It was now back into the air. You did good as well, Spearow, return, I said, recalling Spearow. Well, I wasn't originally planning on using more than 2 since I thought this was only going to be a 2-on-2 battle, but that wasn't the case. This time I will use the advantage. I then reached out, grabbing another one from my waist. I leave it up to you, Rafe, I said, tossing Squirtle's Pokeball. I too want Squirtle to gain experience from this, and since we finished training everyone in Viridian Forest, I could tell Squirtle was close to evolving already. Once they are ready to evolve, I will let them, just like I did with my Beedrill. Squirtle, Squirtle yelled out, only to see said huge-ass rock snake towering over him with a glare. Yet Squirtle did not back away, causing me to smile. Now, only one Pokémon stood remaining before the boulder batch. Asterisk. Second chapter of the gym battle. Next chapter will wrap it up. Work was pretty busy last couple days, so not much time for writing. Still, it is a new week now, so let's see if we can reach over 500 stones. And we'll leave it off with a question for you guys. Journey through Mount Moon or fly over Mount Moon? Chapter 53, Battling Brock. 3. So you do have an advantageous Pokémon, Brock uttered to himself. Very well. Since the sunlight has faded, let's bring it to my own turf. Onix, use Sandstorm. Roar, Onix roared out. It then slapped its tail onto the hard rock, smashing it up a bit. A pale brown light leaked from its body. In the next moment, the wind whipped up around Onix, stirring the ground like crazy. Before we realized it, the whole battlefield was engulfed in a sandstorm. Everyone watching went from shielding their eyes from harsh sunlight to making sure they wouldn't get sand in their eyes. Rafe, be careful of any sand that comes your way. Set up a veil against yourself. Use Aqua Ring, I revealed my first move. Healing move, regardless of which, are not to be underestimated. Aqua Ring was one of those that fell into the category where health recovered over time. Squirtle, Squirtle yelled out. Onix then saw Squirtle take aim, only to see Squirtle raise its mouth over its head. It shot out a jet of water, letting it twirl around Squirtle. The constant water stream converged into several luminescent rings of water, which began to rotate around Squirtle. It was a veil of water rings. Overall it was quite pretty. Until switched out, these rings would permanently stay around Squirtle, healing Squirtle. A setup move, hey? You aren't the only one who can use them. Onix, power up with Dragon Dance, Brock revealed his next move. Seeing Brock reveal his next move, it did bring me some shock. One would think Onix wouldn't be able to learn such a move, right? Well, all of the regions I knew of in my past life have been recreated here, and they've already been explored. And with more regions come more diversity. I am not sure if there are still unknown regions out there, but I do hope there are. But with enough diversity, Pokémon like Onix can learn Dragon Dance. Looks like Brock picked up some TMS from Galar. One of Galar's boons was its vast collections of TMS, far more abundant compared to other regions. Concluding that thought, I saw Onix wrap itself with orange energy. It vanished shortly after. Rafe, close the gap. Aim at the ground in front of you, water gun, I said to Squirtle. Squirtle did so, spitting out a huge stream of water before it. Ignoring the sand flying around, Squirtle retreated into its shell, and glided along the water. That is definitely one way to maneuver. Onyx slow Squirtle down with Rock Tomb. Onyx roared out again. It would create a huge boulder, slamming it down next to Squirtle as Squirtle closed in, trying to trap Squirtle. Thankfully Squirtle reacted quickly enough for each boulder slamming down, and dodged. Squirtle would then shoot more water. In no time at all, Squirtle reached the base of Onyx. Now Rafe use Aqua Jet and latch onto Onyx. Onyx, grab Squirtle with your tail, use Bind. Brock stayed calm, trying to counter Squirtle. Unfortunately for him, Aqua Jet is a very fast move. And in the games, it was a priority move, meaning it would always land first before the opposing Pokémon could move. And Squirtle did as such. A huge stream of water gushed forth from beneath Squirtle, covering Squirtle entirely. Squirtle then launched itself as if Squirtle became a flowing upward river. A loud bang struck our ears, and Squirtle hit Onyx hard. Onyx roared out in pain. Squirtle also took this time to wedge its shell into a gap of Onyx's body. Onyx, shake Squirtle off with a repeated body press. Brock gave his next move. Despite taking good damage there being weak to water by 4 times, Onyx still held on. In the next moment, Onyx slapped its tail onto the rocky field beneath, leaping up into the air. After that, Onyx used the force of its body, slamming down hard into the field. Onyx would do this repeatedly, creating large holes, flinging stones and debris upward. Combined with this, I saw Squirtle get pelted pretty hard each time Onyx moved, causing me to frown. In a scenario like this, Squirtle actually started to take more damage than what Aqua Ring could heal. Was Brock aiming for this? I looked back at Brock again, only to see him remain with a serious look. Brock saw this and spoke out to me. Having second thoughts of challenging me now, Itsuki? I know my ways to handle type effectiveness. I'm not a gym leader for nothing, Brock said, only for Onyx to slam down hard once again, pelting Squirtle more. Haha, this is what I was wanting. I plan to reach high in Kanto, and other regions. The first step to that is defeating you, Brock, I responded with a laugh, which also caused Brock to reveal a rare smile. Then show me how you will beat my Onyx. Your Squirtle is starting to struggle. I will. Rafe, get out of there with rapid spin, I said my next move. Squirtle listened. It then started to spin around rapidly after retreating into its shell. Getting faster and faster, Squirtle started to slightly damage Onyx. In the next moment, Squirtle used enough force, launching itself into the air. Both Brock and I saw Squirtle come out of its shell, in the air. Now Rafe, take aim and use water gun, I said. Onyx now had nowhere else to hide, except downward. It was a rock and ground type, so it very likely knew how to use dig. Squirtle heard my next move, and shot out a large stream of water. This water spread out, and in no time, it arrived at Onyx. Onyx started to get blasted with water, causing more damage, and it roared out. Quick, Onyx hide into the ground. Use dig, Brock said its next move. Sure enough, he had dig available. Onyx quickly shook off the blasting water, struggling to dig itself into the ground, but this was what I wanted. Squirtle then landed onto the field next to the big hole Onyx created. I acted quickly before Onyx could appear again. Now Rafe, use water gun into the hole Onyx created. It's time to blast Onyx out of there. Squirtle said. In the next moment, Squirtle shot out a huge stream of water from its mouth, shooting directly into the hole. A couple moments passed in silence, but after that we started to hear a muffled roar. This roar started to sound as if it was in pain. Not too far away we saw the ground shake. It then split apart, creating another hole. Onyx shot out of it, letting out a roar of pain. We saw a huge stream of water blast Onyx from underneath. Onyx, Brock saw this, only to see his Onyx get flung into the air. After the water stream vanished, Onyx fell down hard onto the ground. It took a moment for Onyx to struggle getting up, but then it couldn't. Faint circles appeared in Onyx's eyes. The female trainer was stunned once again seeing Onyx get defeated, but was still able to speak out. Oh, Onyx is unable to battle, Squirtle is the winner. Gym leader Brock has lost the battle, and Itsuki is the victor, the female trainer said, announcing the result of the battle. That was a good battle, Itsuki. Take a nice rest, Onyx, Brock said, recalling his Onyx. You did well too, Rafe, I responded to Squirtle while nodding at Brock. Squirtle said, returning to my side. Squirtle then gave me a V sign which caused me to smile. In my past life, I was Japanese, and the V sign had a different meaning. It didn't mean peace, and actually meant victory. Does it have such a meaning here? Unexpectedly, however, after Squirtle did that, we all saw Squirtle's body light up. It was then consumed by this white light. In the next moment, Squirtle's body got larger and changed shape. The light then vanished. Wartortle revealed itself to us for the first time. Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle. Guess your Squirtle was due to evolve as well. Congratulations, Brock said, approaching me. Thank you. I had a lot of fun this battle, I replied. Haha, me too, Brock responded, only for him to reach his hand into his outfit. He took it back out, only to reveal a silver badge. Take this boulder badge. This is proof of beating my gym. This also marks your first step into the rest of Kanto. Thank you, I responded, happily receiving the boulder badge. Are you always the first gym leader people come to on a journey? Not always. Trainers do often start from Viridian City, but they can also start from other cities beyond Mount Moon. That's why we have different difficulty settings as gym leaders. I saw you have no badges, so I chose accordingly, Brock answered me. So that was indeed how gyms work here at? I like that. Makes it more fun, letting people choose to go out of order. I don't actually need to make Cerulean Gym my next gym, but I probably will still go in order. We shall see. With the boulder badge now in hand, no way in hell I'm not going to shout it out like Ash does. That's Ash, and I'm me. I calmly put the boulder badge away in my badge case. I took this time to observe Wartortle, and recalled it. I'm glad Rafe was able to evolve in this battle. With that said, I thanked Brock. He dismissed us three, letting him return to his gym. He said he would be ready for Serena the next day and Lily the day after. According to Brock, besides healing his Pokémon up again, gyms apparently have devices to auto-repair the battlefield, which I found neat. We did destroy the field quite a bit, but now I see why we don't have to wait as long. Serena and Lily of course congratulated me too, and before we knew it the next day came, we cuddled together as we slept. However, unbeknownst to me, a certain old man watched my battle that day from afar, and he would do the same for Serena's and Lily's battle. Serena had a lot of fun battling Brock. He used Guedud and Onyx like he did with me, but Serena was able to sweep Guedud away with Pinsir and use Froca's speed to dodge Onyx's attacks, securing her boulder badge. Froca gave us a surprise too, and evolved into Frogadier. She refrained from using Poplio this battle. As for Lily, she struggled. Brock found it a surprise that her Nidoran was able to use Water Pulse and turned the tide in her favor by getting a fast KO on Guedud, but in the end she struggled with Onyx. Onyx easily feinted her Nidoran. Butterfree was able to do some damage as did Litten, but she clutched the battle with Snowy, turning Onyx into a big popsicle. She earned her boulder badge as did I and Serena. And that's how our gym battles in Pewter Gym came to a close. By the time we finished our 3 battle I noticed Flint had been observing us, but it seems he hadn't had enough guts to reveal himself yet. Brock did express his dream of becoming a Pokémon breeder to us as well. I only responded that he will have a better opportunity to let him realize his dream by joining the journey of another trainer later on this year. And yes, I am indeed referring to Ash here. He accepted my response, and since Brock couldn't join us on our journey, he decided something else instead. He gave us an old amber. We graciously thanked him. I wasn't planning to drop by the museum at this point in time, but with the old amber, let us see if they have any fossil restoration devices. After bidding Brock our farewell for now, we headed off to the Pewter Museum of Science. *. End of Pewter Gym. Enjoy the battles? And it is time for Aerodactyl. Chapter 54, Fossil Restoration. So this is an old amber, hey? Its color reminds me of sapphire, Serena asked. Right? And this is an old amber no less. Fossils are quite rare, and they contain genes of ancient Pokémon that once roamed the world we currently live in. With the proper tools, fossils can be restored into said Pokémon. I started to explain as Serena and Lily saw the oval piece of amber currently in my hands. A Pokémon truly can come out of this, Lily asked in interest. That's right. Fossils truly are enchanting, aren't they? A sudden voice said, calling out to us. Serena blinked at this sudden voice. After having our 3 gym battles over the last 3 days, we decided to spend a few days in Pewter City to have some fun. It was now January 20th, 2010. We spent these few days having fun in Pewter City, and stocked up on goods for our next big segment, which would be Mount Moon. And now, we had one final place to visit, which was the place we were in front of, well, the entranceway to the large museum, the Pewter Museum of Science. We could see several people hanging around or going in. From the looks of it, they often like to do live exhibitions bringing in visitors from all around to view their findings, as well as natural habitats for a certain kind of Pokémon. Fossil Pokémon. And in my hands as we were off to the side, was the old amber given to us by Brock once we had our 3 gym battles. He was adamant on giving it to us since we couldn't take him along our journey, he would have to wait about a half a year before Ash starts his journey. We made sure we were out of the other visitors' way when I took the old amber out. Unfortunately for us 3, we were soon disturbed by that weird-sounding voice. Not too far off in the distance, we saw a literal tornado spinning right at us. Or at least it was a figure disguising themselves as a tornado, for spinning so rapidly that it created one. In no time at all did this figure arrive by our side and his spinning stopped. Upon a closer look, this figure was an aged man, with a pudgy appearance. He wore a pale blue vest with a grey undershirt, and had what looked like to be a minor cap on his head, with goggles over the minor cap. He also had a rather thick beard as well, and each time we saw his eyes, it was as if they sparkled every time. Who might you be? Lily asked, seeing this new person arrive at our side. He was keenly observing the old amber we had in my hands too. Unfortunately for Lily, her question was ignored, as this weird person began to speak once more. Fossils are living records of history, dating back to hundreds of thousands of years, potentially even millions of years. They are filled with enchantment, the weird man responded, ignoring Lily. Okay, Serena also asked, becoming even more confused. Seeing this person, I couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I didn't think we would get to meet the president of the Pewter Museum so soon, I replied, drawing their interest. That's right. I am indeed the president of Pewter's Museum of Science. You can call me president if you'd like, Professor Itsuki. Wait, this guy is the president of this place? Serena asked in surprise. Is it that surprising? But what makes you come out here, President? I asked the president. A/N, he literally calls himself president, I don't think he has an actual name. Well, I recently finished another excavation back in the vast desert region of Unova, and now I'm back here to check up on things. There was news of some upcoming professors here in Kanto, and you were one of them, Professor Itsuki. We'd cross paths today, let alone you carrying a fossil on your hands, the president replied, returning to more normal tone. So you are interested in the old amber I have in my hands? I answered. Well, we came here with the intent to resurrect this fossil, but I am unsure if this facility has the tools to do so. Ho, well, you're in luck then, Professor Itsuki. This old amber you have is in pristine condition. In such situations, it is more than likely for the fossil to restore itself to its past glory, the president responded with a smile. He then turned toward Serena and Lily, only to speak out once more. Well? Do you two understand how fossils are truly enchanting, now? The president said as his eyes sparkled. They sure do sound interesting, Serena replied with a nod. There are many different types of fossils too, right? Lily also asked while nodding her head. There are. Are you saying you have the equipment to restore fossils, President? I asked him. I do. It is my own private facility. It is normally not open to the public. But for a professor like yourself, I am more than happy to open it for you, the president answered. Haha, great. We have yet to tour the museum either. Do you truly have a live exhibit of ancient Pokémon that once roamed our lands long ago? I asked again. It's getting there, but we do public tours every so often. You can check in with the receptionists for passes if you would like to see it. We have both an indoor and outside exhibition, the president answered. Of course we should go get some tickets, Serena clapped her hands happily. But isn't our main focus the old amber? Lily asked. Haha, it is, but who says we can't have some fun here? Ho, that's part of the reason why we opened the museum, it is for visitors to enjoy the history we have. And your old amber is truly something. It is said it is ancient tree resin, and over countless millennia, it would turn into stone, which results in what you have right now. The genes of an era we once knew is stored inside of it, the president explained to us. I see. I have a feeling of what may pop out of it once it gets restored too, I said. It's a good thing you have it of this pristine state. Through fossils like these, we can restore them with far more accuracy than other fossils could hope to achieve, the president said with sparkles in his yes. Shall we give it a go then? I asked. Of course. Leave the uncanting to me, the president replied, full of confidence. And just like that, Serena, Leal, the president and I entered the museum. After the receptionists welcomed us, we went straight into the president's private facility, and sure enough it was a lab of his own. Except his lab was more suited to that of restoring fossils than what Professor Oak's lab looked like. Let's see what lays inside this old amber. Asterisk. This week was my end of month work, and it is over. If you guys played the games or watched the anime, then you guys should likely guess what will come out of the old amber. Hint, it is a very noisy bird. Chapter 55, Aerodactyl. Arriving in the president's lab, we went into the back of it. We came across a very rectangular-shaped device, and it had a green-tinted covering over it, which prevented us from looking inside. I could only assume this was the machine that restored fossils. We saw the president tap a few buttons on this machine, and the lid opened up. Inside of it revealed an area to where we can place fossils in, just as if it was an incubator. Are you ready to place the old amber inside, Professor? The president asked me. Of course. Let's give this a try, I responded in anticipation. I proceeded to place the old amber inside of the fossil restore machine. The president closed the lid. He then started to press a few buttons on the machine once it was closed. A couple moments soon passed as we saw him work the machine. All right, that should do it, the president responded. Now we just have to wait till tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Lily blinked her eyes. It takes a full night for it to work. Lily asked surprised. Ho ho, fossil restoration isn't instantaneous. It has its own steps we must take to make sure it is restored properly. The next day will arrive before you know it. You three can spend some time touring my museum, the president asked. Are you sure nothing will go wrong here? I asked. At least, nothing bad should happen. There isn't a certain Team Rocket trio tampering this device like they did when Ash was here, I thought to myself. It shouldn't. Though to be on the safe side, you three should reconvene here at the earliest in the morning when you can. Some fossil Pokémon can have a temper, ho ho, the president responded with a laugh. But that temper is part of what makes them so enchanting, the president said in that weird tone again. Got it. We'll make sure we'll be back here first thing in the morning, I acknowledged the president. Good. Just check in with the receptionists then. I'll ensure they are notified of this meeting. We'll take our leave for now then. We bid our farewell to the president's lab, and after he showed us the way back to the main lobby of the museum. We were brought into a large exhibit room, with many items encased in thick glass, obviously meant to be on display. It didn't take us long to find the entrance which contained the receptionist's desk. We saw the president talk with them for a bit, before he vanished from sight. Looks like it will indeed take a day for the machine do its magic. To be honest, I wasn't sure if such a machine would be here. It was very possible we would have to put this on hold until we reached Cinnabar Island, which was known for its fossil restoring laboratory. Well, in the case that happened, I would have made a beeline straight for that island. Money is not an issue for us during our travels. That's one of the perks of being a professor. And since Cinnabar Island is right beyond Pallet Town with just the sea separating the two, it would have not been a long side trip. But now that trip doesn't need to happen. Turns out we could use the private facility of the president here, so my thanks to him. As it was now Serena, Lily, and I again, we decided to check out the museum, turning it into a 3-person date. We didn't have anything else planned for today. On the way to the receptionist's desk, we did catch a glimpse of the outside exhibit, and sure enough it was pretty much a natural habitat. I even saw a couple fossil Pokémon enjoying the visitors as they came out to play. Serena and Lily were both happy, and we took half of the day, having our fun touring the Pewter Museum of Science. Afterward, we went out to one of Pewter City's popular restaurants, had a satisfying meal, and returned to the Pokémon Center to retire for the night. January 21st came here in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, as Serena and Lily slept beside me in our room at the Pokémon Center, back at the Pewter Museum of Science, the president could be seen inside his lab, watching over the fossil machine. Except now, after some time had passed, it was now glowing green with light, and this light would flash every few seconds. The president nodded his head seeing this. Looks like the fossil restoration is going smoothly, the president said. So Brock decided these 3 trainers were worthy enough to receive an old amber, hey? He doesn't give one of those out to just anyone. Among the three, who will be the lucky trainer to use this restored Pokémon? Among them, this particular one can be rather unruly, ho ho, the president uttered to himself. Either way, I'm sure we'll find a happy, healthy Pokémon waiting for us in the morning. It's getting late, I should probably get to bed, the president concluded. Truly uncanting, the president said, entering a twirl, creating a spinning tornado of sorts. He then proceeded to turn the lights of his lab off, and retired for the day. January 21st came, and the sun broke into the window, revealing the next day. We set an alarm for 7 a.m. sharp, and after waking up to it, I found Serena and Lily snoozing away beside me. Wake up you two, it's time to see our results. Is it morning already? Serena said, rubbing her eyes. Lily also slowly woke up. It didn't take long for Serena to lift her body up in excitement. That's right. I wonder what kind of Pokémon will appear before us, Serena said, giving me a quick kiss on the cheek. Good morning, Lily said, taking a bit to wake up. Let's go get ready. We shouldn't make the president wait too long, I said, greeting the two. The two spent a bit of time getting cleaned up and I got in after. We were able to arrive at the museum at 7:30. Checking in with the receptionists, they knew we had a meeting scheduled with the president. They were able to bring us back to his lab. As we three entered the lab, we saw the president observing the fossil machine. So you three were able to make it on time. Look, the machine is about to complete the restoration, the president said in excitement. We hurriedly approached it, only to see the large machine rapidly blink green. In just a mere couple of moments, did steam rapidly pour into the lab, obscuring our vision. We had to shield our eyes for a bit, but we saw a huge shadow swoop in from the fossil machine. Arrow, the shadowy figure yelled out, starting to flap its wings. It then got confused as it landed on the lab floor, not too far away. Hearing the Pokémon yell this out, I couldn't help but smile. So it is an Aerodactyl, I inwardly said, becoming excited. The steam soon dissipated, only for us to find a fierce-looking pterodactyl-like bird, as if it came right out of the ancient era. We saw it looking around, only for confusion to appear in its eyes. Yesterday, Serena, Lily, and I decided that it would be best for me to catch this Aerodactyl myself. With that, I calmly walked up to it. Aerodactyl glared at me, letting out another roar of anger. I didn't want to act rashly on this, as Aerodactyl could escape out of the lab. The only thing I did was reach out my hand, slowly reaching its way toward Aerodactyl's head. Aerodactyl tried to back away, but it didn't sense any hostility from me. Sometimes the best way to interact with Pokémon is through expression or emotion, as they could be very confused meeting a human for the first time. Such is the case with fossil Pokémon or Pokémon that hatch from eggs. Except for the latter, Pokémon typically become attached to the person they first lay their eyes upon. The president, Serena, and Lily watched on with interest as Aerodactyl slowly calmed down, letting me touch its head. Aerodactyl felt cool to the touch, and it felt as if I was touching stone. It made sense, since most of its body was composed of rock. That's it. You may have appeared to an unfamiliar time and may not recognize what you see right now. You are scared, aren't you? I asked Aerodactyl, rubbing its head a bit. Aerodactyl replied, calming down a bit more. Seeing this, I continued to speak. But the time we live in now ain't all that bad. Pokémon and humans coexist with each other. Take your time getting used to it, with me, I suggested to Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl asked, still being a bit confused. I then looked directly into Aerodactyl's eyes. Aerodactyl saw this, and stayed silent. In this silence, I could feel a connection form. Aerodactyl yelled out, flapping its wings. It was as if it acknowledged me. I smiled, and took out a Pokeball. I tossed the Pokeball into the air, aiming over Aerodactyl's head. It let itself get caught by it. The Pokeball then fell down onto the ground. Wiggle. 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 Ding. Making sure I only carried 5 Pokémon with me prior to arriving at the museum, Aerodactyl would fill in the 6th slot. I had successfully captured it. The 3 congratulated me and the president thanked me, as we were able to prevent anything in his lab from being destroyed, let alone the rest of the museum. I now took this time to get a reading on Aerodactyl with my Pokédex. Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon. A rock and flying type. Aerodactyl ruled the skies in ancient time but went extinct when a giant asteroid struck the planet. I nodded after hearing the Pokédex entry. I then looked down at the stats page, and to be honest, Aerodactyl looked quite good. Asterisk. 2 chapters today. Next segment is Mount Moon, and followed by Cerulean City. What would you guys like to see there? I'm not sure if I want the 3 to get involved with Team Rocket just yet. Chapter 56, Aerodactylite. Aerodactyl. Gender, female. Level, 15. Ability, Rockhead. 31 IVs in ATK, SPATK, SPD. Moves, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Psychic Fangs, Roost, Sandstorm, Wing Attack, Scary Face, Rock Slide. Seeing this, I caught quite the Aerodactyl, didn't I? I know Aerodactyl could learn quite the array of elemental attacks, such as the multiple fangs it has. It is overall a really strong Pokémon. The best part about this is that Aerodactyl is capable of Mega Evolution. Once Aerodactyl became Mega, it would gain an ability that boosts its damage by bonus amount for moves it came into contact with, and those fangs did just that. The main question now was where exactly would I find Aerodactyl's Megastone? Well, little did I know that answer would come knocking at my footstep sooner than later. Seeing me catch Aerodactyl, the situation calmed down at the President's lab, and we found only a few things misplaced. Serena and Lily congratulated me. As for the President, he was calmly looking at me. You know, if this was a beginner who didn't have their wits about them, this could have gone very wrong. But Brock recognized you 3 by giving you the old amber, it isn't just given out to anyone, the President said. Hearing that, I raised my eyebrows. You know Brock, President? I asked him. Of course I know him. His family often delivers fossils to the museum, his family is quite known in that field. Why else would he be a rock-type gym leader? Well, he did express his dream to us after we fought him and won our boulder badges. Apparently his dream lies elsewhere. Oh? I haven't really heard Brock talk about that. I know he has his family tying him down, perhaps something happened. He did say he was interested in becoming a Pokémon breeder, retiring from his gym leader position, I said, deciding to explain to the President. A Pokémon breeder at? And you said Brock wanted to come with you guys. That's right. We turned his invitation down though, I answered, nodding my head. Why would you do that? Having a gym leader could provide bountiful knowledge to you on your travels. Let's just say the identification of one of us 3 here is a bit complicated. Plus Brock will find HJS time later. He won't even last till the end of the year until he retires from his position. So that's how it is. I'm not sure if you'll be right on that last part, but I'll refrain from talking about it any longer. I still have to thank you for the data I was able to collect from this restoration of Aerodactyl. To be honest, they are quite rare. I've only seen Brock obtain a few of those D-Amber. I had a feeling that was the case, but you don't have to go that far. Ho ho, don't be like that. I decided to. It's not every day one gets to see what you got on your arm there, the President said with a laugh. He then let his eyes wander to the mega ring I was wearing. I take it you're familiar with mega rings, President? Of course. Megastones are just as enchanting as fossils are, the President replied while twirling around. Hearing that, Serena's eyes started to sparkle. Then, she began to say. Would you like to see? Every so often during our excavations, we find megastones hidden away in crevices. Professor, you are looking for megastones yourself, right? Indeed. We have yet to come across any though. Ho ho, they can be quite finicky. Let us proceed to my safe, the President said, and started to twirl into a miniature tornado. I am not sure how he does this, but hey, it's the Pokémon world, anything can happen here. We made way toward another corner of his lab, locating his safe. We saw him open it, only to reveal a small black pristine box. Setting it on the table back in the middle of the room, the President opened the box. Sure enough, in it laid several colored marble-like stones, each nicely fit into a slot in the leathered box. As expected of being the President of the Pewter Museum, turns out you got a collection of megastones. Right? Take a look at this one for example, the President said, reaching in, grabbing one of the megastones. This one here has a blue and white swirl. This one was found in an excavation back in Johto, deep within Mount Silver. The Pokémon that can use this is Steelix. Steelix? Isn't that the evolved form of Onyx? Lily asked. That's right. I was especially holding onto this one for Brock should he ever decide to evolve his Onyx, which could be said to be his prized Pokémon. I didn't think I'd get to see that moment, but perhaps I might if Brock decides to go on that journey of his. Looks like you got a pretty good relationship with Pewter's gym leader I asked. Sure do. Now as for you, Professor, I'd figure this one ought to do the trick. After the president put away the Steelixite, he went in and grabbed another one, which had purple and black swirling together. This one appeared more menacing compared to the Steelixite. My eyes couldn't wander away from it the moment he brought it out. Seeing me act like this, the president laughed. Ho ho, it seems the professor knows what's in my hand already. Yes. The Aerodactylite. The megastone that lets Aerodactyl mega evolve. The moment I said that, Lily and Serena became surprised. Are you sure, President? I asked him. Yes. Take the Aerodactylite with you. Though to most trainers it'd just be a useless stone until they bond well with each other. Aerodactyl accepted you and it's been a while since I last restored one. I feel it will do well in your hands. Thank you. I won't hold back then, I said, accepting the megastone. As I took it, I decided to put it in the mega ring. As of now, it was just an empty shell as Professor Sycamore said. The second half to it were the megastones, and now I had finally gotten my first one. And as expected, the moment I set it in, nothing happened. No glow or anything. The only thing I could feel was a slight connection to it, which could be shared with Aerodactyl. You'll need to continue developing your bond with Aerodactyl more it seems. Yeah. Thank you. It was fun touring your museum, President. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Will you be heading off now? Yeah. Our next destination is Mount Moon. This will be our first time exploring a cave as big as Mount Moon is, Serena said happily. Well, I guess that is the main way to Cerulean City. There are rumors of rare Pokémon like Clefairy popping up in Mount Moon. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to spot one. The president said. Hearing that, we saw Lily freeze up, and turned quiet. Clefairy, Lily said, as a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Lily, Serena asked, becoming confused. The president also became confused. Was it something I said? The president asked. Hearing him ask that, I calmly shook my head. Nah. It's nothing. We'll take our leave now. Thank you, President. Ho ho, if that's the case, then have an enchanting day, the president said, which got another round of laughter from us. We took this time to exit the museum after getting my newfound Aerodactylite, an Aerodactyl. Though as we walked back to the Pokémon Center, we saw Lily become dejected again. I knew it. Something is wrong, isn't it? Serena asked Lily. It's nothing, all of it was in the past. Nothing will change it, Lily denied Serena, shaking her head lightly. Oakman. Now you're just making me even more curious. It's obvious you're sad about something. You don't want to tell me? Serena asked. Itsuki, Lily replied, turning her head toward me as we walked. We might as well, Lily. We've no reason to hide it. I was going to bring it up the moment we brought up any mention of Clefairy, seeing as we'll be passing through Mount Moon. It is said Mount Moon is where Clefairy crash landed into too. And besides, you might be able to catch one, Lily. That is true. Let's start once we arrive back in our room, Lily answered calmly, nodding her head. Hearing that, Serena nodded too and we arrived back in our room. After setting down, Lily began her story to Serena, a certain sad tale of a forced evolution. Asterisk. First Megastone get. Don't worry, it will take time to get Itsuki to use them. He will need to develop bonds with his Pokémon. I may or may not create a unique Mega Evolution like I did with the Z Crystal for his 9 tails. We shall see. Ash did end up getting a Mega Lucario in the latest Journeys episode, but by that point his Lucario was well bonded with him already. Next chapter will dive into the past a bit. Lily used to be close to a Clefairy. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's try to get back up to over 500. Chapter 57, Recall. Couldn't recall where in Viridian Forest it happened, but thank you readers, Itsuki did find Abdrillite. So Aerodactylite is his second megastone. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Asterisk. Several years ago. Alola region, Hau'oli City, Lazamin's mansion. One of the largest building complexes in Hau'oli City. Keep driving along the main streets of Howley where many famous food stalls are lined up on one side, while having the other side face the sea with a long beach, and you'll eventually reach the estate. And among these lined up food stalls was one where Mello, one of the leading Alola characters, worked at Anna's kitchen. I would often find myself enjoying food there if I wasn't preparing meals under Master Hobbs' tutoring for Lily. Except Mello at the time was just a little squirt, haha. The same could be said for me too, both Lily and I at this time were only around age 6 or 7 back then. To say the least, this estate was huge, and it was clear whoever owned this estate was very rich, and likely a very influential person. Well, that much was obvious, as this estate was owned by Lily's mother, the founder of the Aether Foundation. It was said a mansion this size wasn't even her only one either, as she spent most of her time on Paradise, an artificial island created by the Aether Foundation, compared to us two where we would come back to Lily's house once or twice a week. She knew how to squander her money well. And the rest of the time we would continue to live at Professor Kukui's lab, aka his house. But good lord, was Lily's house huge. I had the same impression Ash had the first time he visited it in the anime too. Every time her private limo would pass a bridge, surrounded by nature and a nice-looking waterfall which, by the way, all of that belonged to her property too. The entrance had a big courtyard in the middle and a large fountain pool at the tip. The mansion itself was huge. As a child, even more so. It was 3 stories tall. The first and second floor had several large 5-panel tall glass windows. The ones on the first floor rounded off at the top and the second floor windows were square, and they could be opened. Even the roof had several triangular windows. Not to mention what was outside on their backyard. Like my house back in Pallet Town, they had a huge battlefield for Pokémon battles, except there was much larger, more the size of an actual gym. I would often find myself battling my master, the main butler Hobbs, just so I wouldn't get rusty over the years. I knew most children wouldn't battle, but they could should they have situations like mine. They just weren't treated as official matches. The only one I had at the time was Amber, who was still a Vulpix. She would evolve into a Ninetales during my exploring of Mount Lanakila with Lily, but that would be a story for another time. The day was just a normal day of the week here, the weekend, spending most of it inside Lily's room due her mother not being here. A 6 or 7-year-old Lily wearing her white skirt could be seen sitting in her room with several toys littered around. A brown-haired child wearing a maroon tux, a black tie and a white dress shirt could be seen next to her. Except the difference between the boy and the girl was that a mountain of books could be seen piled up around him, with several opened around his lap. This boy was of course me. And I must say Lily's mom, Lucamine, was quite the pencil pusher. She had dedicated researchers at her side. And for me letting to intern there a few hours every day, well, let's just say the material was more than anticipated. It was never ending. As for Lily, she wasn't actually alone. A cute pink creature with black-tipped ears could be seen happily around her as Lily played with her toys. Before the two realized it, the sun started its descent. Lily took notice of this outside of her windows, and a frown appeared on her face. "Say Itsuki, are you still not done studying for the day? Come play with me in Clefairy," Lily said, pouting. Clefairy, the cute pink creature said, revealing itself to be a Clefairy. Among the Pokémon Lucamine had caught, Cleffa was one of them. Cleffa would eventually evolve into a Clefairy. Leal didn't know why it happened then but eventually learned that Pokémon did evolve, and was able to develop a close bond with Luzamine's Clefairy. Luzamine's other Pokémon included being a Lilligant, a Lillipup, and an Eevee, among others. But it was Clefairy to where I saw Lily develop the closest bond with. Haha, the sun is starting to set already. Has that much time passed? I asked back, closing the nearest book I had. Stretching my legs, I made my way toward the windows, and the sky had started to turn orange. "All you do is study when you come here. Why can't you spend more time with me?" Lily asked. "Dinner time is soon. You see Lily, part of the terms your mother agreed to coming with you was to work for her as an intern. If I'm not at Paradise, a mountain of books would always wait for me back home. Another part is to learn under Master Hobbs, so my eyes are basically his. I'm looking after you right now, aren't I?" "Well, you are, but don't mention her name. Please," Lily said, suddenly curling up into a ball. Seeing this, Clefairy approached Lily and became worried. "Lily, do you really not like your mother that much?" I asked, also worried. I turned around and slowly walked up to her, only to ruffle her hair with my hand. She closed her eyes feeling this. I then saw her shake her head a bit. It's not that I don't like mother. I love her, just as I love brother. It's just she always puts her work ahead of me, she never considers what I feel, Lily said with a saddened tone. Your mother is a very important person, Lily. And besides, you may think that now, but from what I've seen otherwise during my days in paradise, I think your mother cares about you more than you think, I replied, trying to make her feel better. Really? Yet. I've put in the hours I needed to today and I reached a good stopping point, so why don't we go play with the Pokémon at the playground? There's still some time before dinner, I suggested to Lily. Yet. Let's go. Come on, Clefairy, Lily said, and a smile beamed on her face, letting her previous sadness wash away. She then stood up, and grabbed Clefairy into her arms. Clefairy, Clefairy responded happily. And just like that, the blonde-haired girl and the brown-haired boy left the bedroom, heading their way to the house's built-in playground, where several wild Pokémon would come over to play on it every so often. That day was just supposed to be a normal day. Where Itsuki and I played together after he finished his studies for the day, an older voice said, turning out to be a 15-year-old Lily. Now, Lily, Serena and I could be seen back at the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, where Lily had her arms over her legs while sitting on the bed, with me and Serena sitting beside her on the bed as well. But it sounds like something happened. Back then you had gotten along with your mother's Clefairy so well, right? Serena asked. Yet. With the help of the maids, Itsuki made me my dinner. Afterward we enjoyed the evening breeze before retiring to our rooms. I had Clefairy sleep with me, but I didn't think that would have been the last time I would get to see Clefairy. Did Clefairy run away or something? Lily shook her head in response. Not at all. Clefairy had no reason not to run away. Clefairy was tricked, by mother no less. Tricked? That's right. I had no idea mother came back well after midnight that day. As I was fast asleep. I'm sure she came to check up on me, because I didn't find Clefairy next to me when I woke up. Turns out she had brought a moonstone back with her, and had Clefairy play with it. And well, you can probably guess the result. So her Clefairy touched it and evolved, right? Serena asked. Pretty much, I said. Lucamine now has a Clefable. Isn't evolution a good thing? Besides, that Clefairy was one of your mother's Pokémon to begin with, right? Clefairy was, yes. And evolution can be a good thing, I know that now after resolving myself to become a trainer. But it was the process in which mother did it. I doubt mother even knew that I got close her Clefairy. She just proceeded to evolve it without taking my feelings into consideration. That was one of the main issues I had with mother ever since I was a little child, Leal said, finishing her tale. I see. Communication can definitely be a large factor like that. Does that problem still persist with you and your mother? Serena asked. You mean communicating with mother? To be honest, if it was back then, it probably would have gotten a lot worse. But thanks to Itsuki, my relationship with mother has improved a lot since then. So you were the good guy then, huh Itsuki? Hehe, Serena said. I can see why Lily didn't take long to fall for you, Serena grinned. Hey, Lily yelled out as a light blush appeared on her cheek. I'll leave no comment for that, I retorted back. I then asked Lily the main question at hand. But still, my next question is to you Lily. We will be passing through Mount Moon next, and that area is probably our best bet at encountering Clefairy. Do you want to catch one? Hearing me ask that, Serena's ears perked up too. That's right. Now that we are trainers, we are able to look after Pokémon ourselves. You can definitely raise a Clefairy, Serena said as she clapped her hands. You too, Lily began to say, before turning silent for a moment. We then saw her eyes become resolute. Even though I wronged mother then, I still want to try to catch a Clefairy myself. I will train it as a trainer, Lily answered resolutely. Good. Then this decision will let me bring this out, I said back to Lily. Itsuki, Lily asked, shifting her eyes toward me. Serena did the same with a look of interest. I went to my things in the room, and returned, only to bring out a small case. Opening it, Lily and Serena saw 3 stones inside. One was a pale blue-gray spotted stone in the shape of an oval. The second stone was light purple, rounded at its end and pointed at its tip. The last stone had a rough surface as if they were craters, and was dark gray. These stones, Lily said, surprised. Are these some of the stones you bought from Flint? They sure are. Do these look familiar to you guys? Just the one on the right, that's definitely a moonstone. And from what we've learned, the other two appear to be an everstone, and is that an eviolite I see? Haha, that's right on all three. The moonstone, similar to the elemental stones, helps certain Pokémon evolve, like Clefairy. The everstone prevents Pokémon from evolving when they are training or being traded. And the eviolite, which might be the most special of the three. For Pokémon that haven't attained their final evolution, they receive quite the power-up. Wow, Lily said as her eyes turned wide, hearing my explanation. Did you get these because of how I dealt with Clefairy in the past, Itsuki? Lily asked. That's most of the reason. But the rest is with these, you can take things into your own hands now. If you do catch Clefairy, it will be up to you how to raise it, whether or not you want to evolve it, I answered back with a smile. Oh Itsuki, Lily smiled, hearing that. She felt her heart flutter a bit. Feeling that, I saw Lily wrap her hands around my back. In the next moment I felt her lips plant against mine. Using the force of her leaning, she landed on top of me. Thankfully I set the case aside before she did that. Her lips then parted from mine. Thank you for purchasing these stones, Itsuki. I'll see where things go from here, but it's as you say, it'll be up to me on how to use them. That's right. Mind getting off of me now? I asked back while grinning. Realizing the position she was now in, Lily blushed as she saw herself on top of me. Hehe, why do that when we are getting to the good part? Lily still needs to reward you, Serena chipped in with a giggle. Then why are you getting undressed too? I retorted Serena as I saw her lift her blouse up, revealing her bra. Cause I'm your girlfriend too, Serena retorted back. Haha, can't complain there. Seeing this, Lily smiled. Then, Lily, can you get down on your hands and point your butt toward me? Hearing me ask that, Lily's cheeks turned a deeper red but still nodded. I'll try. Just remember, no inserting yet, Lily said. Of course, I answered back in confidence. Just like that, Lily explained her tale of the Clefairy to us, and gained a new resolve to raise one herself. We then had our fun time inside our room in the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. We made sure not to disturb the other rooms. Tomorrow came in the blink of an eye. I woke up with Serena and Lily clinging to each arm and we were all naked, as last night was quite fun. It was now January 21st, 2010, and the next stretch of our journey laid ahead of us. Venturing into our first cave, Mount Moon, and the other half of Kanto, which began with the second gym in Cerulean City. And hopefully dodge a certain Team Rocket along the way. Chapter 58, Leaving Pewter City. Slight lemon talk this chapter. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Asterisk. Waking up, I saw a pale white-skinned beauty snoozing away at my left and a healthy peach-skinned beauty to my right. Both of them were stripped of all their clothes, as were mine. We had an enjoyable night last night, and morning dawned before I realized it. Time to say goodbye to Pewter City for now, hey, I uttered softly after waking up. I could feel Lily's and Serena's body heat spread into mine, and it was really enjoyable. Moreover, two pairs of soft mounds constantly pressed up against my arms. Leaning over to the left a bit, I was able to get a closer look at Lily. I could see a small string of white liquid still strung from her lips. Seeing this, I reached my finger out, and traced against it. Scooping it up, I wiggled my finger into her lips. Despite being fast asleep, I felt her tongue slather against my finger. Lily said, letting out a light groan. Feeling this, I saw Lily's eyelids flutter, only to slowly open. I took my finger out before she realized it. Itsuki, Lily asked, rubbing her eyes awake. She also felt the inside of her mouth a bit hot. Good morning, Lily. You were quite adventurous last night, I replied with a smile, then gave Lily a quick kiss. Lily blushed lightly while stretching her arms. I saw her turn silent before speaking. Did you like my butt? It felt amazing, I answered back, which brought a smile to her face. Go get cleaned up, Itsuki. I need to talk to Serena for a bit, Lily said, returning to normal. Hearing that, I looked over only to see Serena staring right at us. So you woke up too, eh? Good morning. Of course. Good morning. We got a big hike to the base of Mount Moon today. And it looks like Lily wants to talk about something, so go on in ahead of us. We'll join you shortly. Haha, will do, I replied. Getting up, Lily and Serena saw my retreating figure, heading right into the bathroom. A couple moments later, the sounds of running water spread out from it. So what's up? Still thinking last night as a dream? Serena asked with a grin. Lily blushed again but answered. No. I know last night was real. Having Itsuki's thing rub between my butt like that, I really liked it. My back felt that burning sensation all over during the release. It felt that good, huh? It looked like you really enjoyed it. And after that you took his into your mouth without needing me to do anything, Serena replied back. Why, you didn't need to mention that last part, but still, I'm sorry that you didn't get to do anything last night, Lily said, feeling a bit guilty. Haha, oh you don't need to worry about that, Serena answered with a smile. She then grabbed Lily's nose with her hand and rubbed it for a moment before releasing her hand. We typically just go with the flow during nights like these. The real thing won't happen until we are wed at the end of the year, should we keep doing well on our journey. Yes. Mother approved of us being wed to Itsuki should we enter the Indigo League successfully. But Serena, last night I felt something. I wasn't sure whether I should bring it up or not, Lily asked a bit hesitantly. Oh? What did you feel? Do people, do it in the butt? Hearing Lily ask that, Serena blinked her eyes at Lily. Isn't that what you did last night with Itsuki? Lily shook her head in response. No, not like just the rubbing from last night. After Lily said that, it seems Serena caught on to what she was trying to ask. You mean, like do it, Serena asked, which caused Lily to blush some more. She stayed silent and nodded. Well, we did promise each other not to go all the way until then, but I didn't think you'd ask something so embarrassing, haha, Serena replied, letting out a laugh. SHH, I don't want Itsuki to hear this. The sound of the shower is louder. But still, is that what you felt? Yeah. I mean, couldn't we use it for practice? It's not like something would happen, that much no from school. Well, you're right about that. But, Serena said, letting her eyes wander down over her chest, only to see her cute slit shut tight, and what lied beyond it. But, Lily asked, watching Serena. Even if at some point we make this an exception to let Itsuki take us from down below, will his thing even fit? That's actually a good question. Won't it be painful if we don't get it ready? I bet it would be. Why don't we save this talk for now? If you want to go this route, we need to ready our hole down there, and that will take some time. Let's not bring this up to Itsuki before we think we're ready. Yes. I feel the same. You'll help me with this, right? Lily asked. Of course. Let's go join him in the shower now. Changing topics, how good are you at hiking? Actually, Itsuki and I have gone on some hikes together while we were back in Alola. Hearing that, Serena blinked her eyes as she grabbed Lily's hand, allowing the two to get off the bed. Seriously? Damn, I need to make sure to keep up with you two then. We'll make sure not to keep you too far behind, Lily retorted with a giggle, which earned some laughter from Serena. The two vanished into the bathroom. Once they got inside, they saw me showering away in the bathtub. I saw Serena and Lily come in while holding hands. Looks like they were in a good mood. About time you two got in. Have a good chat, I asked, making sure not to get any soap in my eyes. Seriously, accidentally spilling soap in the eyes a bitch of a pain to deal with. Sure did. Let me wash your hair, Lily. Okay. Quickly getting themselves rinsed, they joined me. So what did you two talk about? I asked. Girl stuff, Lily replied vaguely. So it was one of those then, I retorted. Hehe, true, it was girl stuff. If anything, we might have something for you in a few months. Perhaps by the time we have 4 badges in our hands. Is that so? Guess I can only look forward to it for now. Take a good rinse, you two. We may be out of luck for a couple days. We will only have our belongings once we enter Route 3. I do believe there is another Pokémon Center at the checkpoint for Mount Moon, but we still have to trek up to it. Hearing me say that, the two nodded their heads. We made sure to thoroughly rinse ourselves. Bright and early, it was now January 21st, 8 a.m. After getting all ready, we took one good look at Mount Silver, before we turned our backs to it. We left the east side of Pewter City, officially entering the long hiking trail that lead directly to Mount Moon. We made sure bid farewell to Brock and Flint. Next time we meet it would be on the way to get to Cinnabar Island, or if Brock decides to accompany Ash and we come across them somewhere on the east side of Kanto. By the way, during our free time here, we met Brock's family thanks to Flint's invitation. Flint stayed at a house on a cliffside by himself thanks to his separation, and he didn't want to know that he was actually in Pewter City. It did indeed look like Flint didn't want to reveal himself just yet, as such, we only hung out at Brock's place. Flint had his family problems, but that was up to him to resolve, we couldn't meddle with that. As for Brock, he is actually a really nice guy and is quite knowledgeable, let alone having his experience as a gym leader. He was a family man too, as he had several siblings he was currently raising. I was wondering what Mew had been up to as well. The moment I found out Mew had been pretending to be a rock all this while caused me to let out a deep sigh. Thankfully Mew noticed we were leaving Pewter City and it was able to follow us out. In regards to Team Rocket, ever since I felt that disturbance in Viridian City, nothing has happened afterward. If I see that Mount Moon is no lights stringed across the caves, I will know for sure they aren't in there. And hopefully that'll be the case. Before knowing it, we reached Pewter City's exit sign. There was only one thing to do now. Say, Lily, would you happen to have a marker in your bag? Hearing that, Serena and Lily stopped just as they were about to head past the exit sign. They turned around. I do, but why do you want a marker? Just for a bit of fun, I answered, turning toward the exit sign, which read, now leaving Pewter City. Okay, Lily replied, confused. Still, she tossed me a black marker. Popping the cap off, I proceeded to write on the bottom left corner, Ash is a sore loser, Itsuki January 21st. Seeing me write this, Serena giggled. Hehe, leaving behind a note for the others, hey? Ash is one of those Pallet Town kids you grew up with, right? Serena asked while letting out a giggle. The one who couldn't join us on that double date cause he didn't have a date. Yup, the very same. But watch this. Saying that, I did a big X over Ash's name, making sure his name was still readable. Above the name, I wrote Gary. Now it's, Gary is a sore loser, Lily asked tilting her head. He's that little brother of yours we saw before we left Pallet Town, right? Lily asked. Yup. Doesn't hurt to have a bit of family rivalry now, does it? Ha, I answered letting out a chuckle. I like it. Let's hope it doesn't get erased before they start their journey. They got a few months still, right? Ash, Gary, and Green probably won't head out till June. We do need to make that our halfway point so we can return to celebrate their big 15s together. Serena and Lily nodded their heads hearing that. With that out of the way, we started our hike on Route 3. It would take most of the day to arrive at the entrance to Mount Moon. Chapter 59, Mount Moon, I. Ha, ha, a tired voice resounded on the hiking trail of Route 3. Most of it was either trees on the left or trees on the right while walking on an upward slope. The slope wasn't steep, but all of it was uphill. Along the way it opened up to a small grassy plain where more Pokémon roamed free. In some games it was rumored that Charmander could be caught here. Unfortunately that did not seem to be the case. Most Pokémon found here were Spearow, Sandshrew, and Mankey. One of the more rare Pokémon was Jigglypuff, but I'd rather not come across one of those now. Especially since parts of the anime belong in this world, there is a certain Jigglypuff who loves to annoy Ash during his journey, and every time this Jigglypuff does so, they end up falling asleep. Moreover, in regards to Charmander, I wasn't going to catch that one that got abandoned by that selfish trainer. That Charmander was destined to be with Ash. I did have interest in catching a Charmander, and I knew of the Cherrycific Valley. The one thing about this area was that it was located in Johto, so until we arrive in that area after Kanto, I likely won't catch any Charmander. So instead we just blitzed right past that area, and made it to the base of Mount Moon in one day. Lily and I seemed fine as we had plenty of energy to spare. However, as for Serena, lots of sweat could be seen dripping from her face. Geez, you two sure are relentless. Aren't you feeling even a tiny bit tired? Serena pouted, wiping away more of her sweat from her face. Parts of her clothes stuck to her figure making her curves more prominent and that caused me to look at her. She took notice of my stare but we acted as if we had spent little energy during that hike. Guess we know who needs to exercise a bit more, Lily responded with a giggle. Though if one looked closely she too had a bit of sweat on her. You guys ain't lying, that's for sure, Serena said, catching her breath. She then looked down, and grabbed a bit of her belly with her hand. There was a bit of flab, signaling that she had some belly fat. I know going on a journey involves many means of travel which includes walking, but I didn't think you'd power through Route 3 in one go. Serena then looked back up and walked to Lily. Serena did the same thing to Lily's stomach, except this time, she found no traces of fat. In fact, Lily's stomach felt a bit hard to the touch, signaling that Lily had some inner muscles developing. This alone caused Serena to be shocked. You really do have some muscles developing, Lily. I don't feel an ounce of fat. How come I never took note of this when we would sleep beside you each night, Itsuki? Haha, maybe cause you didn't need to? Do you really need to be concerned with a bit of belly fat? I like you no matter your appearance, Serena, I answered her. Ah, thank you, Itsuki. Maybe I have gotten out of shape over the years. I wasn't like this before, she said as she took a few steps back. Your mom was training you to be a Pokémon rider, right? I'm sure that in itself had a lot of endurance training. Where'd all that go? Well, I still feel a lot of that energy even now, but I guess I don't know how to exert it as much as I did back when I was still a kid. Feels like a lot of it goes to waste now. Me and my big fat mouth saying I didn't want to become a Pokémon rider anymore. You didn't want to follow in your mother's footsteps, Serena? Lily asked. Back when I was little I did, to make mom happy. But then she forced all that training on me, and it really tired me out. I didn't hate her for it, because I was able to realize my dream in becoming a Pokémon performer. Until I met you guys, that is. Now we're 3 trainers on a journey together, hehe. A Pokémon performer? You want to go on stage to be an actress with your Pokémon? I do. I do think being a trainer will help me develop closer bonds with my Pokémon for that. I definitely agree with you on that. Just like Lily is aspiring for her own dream, I answered with a nod of my head. Moreover, I'm not the same little frail girl you met back at summer camp all those years back. Otherwise, mother definitely would have not allowed me to leave Alola so easily with Itsuki. Every so often, I would join him in his physical training Hobbs would give him. So that's how it went. Alright, I need to kick it into high gear then, Serena responded, letting flames burn into her eyes. Haha, looks like someone is back to normal. Have you rested enough? I asked. Yet. I see there is the Pokémon Center within sight. Is that the entrance to Mount Moon too? Reaching the end of the trail, we definitely saw the Pokémon Center. Beyond that though was all stone and rock. A giant mountain to be specific. And it had one entrance. In that entrance stood a vast darkness, waiting for those to enter it. Yup, there it is. And from the looks of it I see no lights anywhere. Going inside, it might be a tad dark. We've got plenty if flashlights, don't we? Lily asked. Sure do. Reaching the other end shouldn't pose a problem. We might get lost trying to find where Clefairy is at though. Rumors state inside Mount Moon there is a giant crash site formed from a falling meteor. Our best bet is to find that. Got it. But first I need to wash off this sweat. Thankfully there's one more Pokémon Center before we go cave diving. Yes. Let us go. And just like that we arrived at the base of Mount Moon. It definitely wasn't the tallest mountain, but this would be our first time exploring a cave system. Lily and I avoided those during our excursions together back in Alola. We had a good night's sleep at the Pokémon Center after rinsing ourselves off. January 22nd came and we were ready to head on inside Mount Moon. Asterisk. What if Itsuki and the gang manage to get on Team Rocket's good side should they share the same destination? Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's try to get back over 500. Chapter 60, Mount Moon, 2. After getting a good night's sleep, January 22nd came. We left the Pokémon Center early in the morning after I made us breakfast. Lily is already used to me making her meals, but Serena is still getting used to it. I make sure to keep their nutrition balanced. I'm always surprised they can eat my meals leaving their plates sparkling clean. Lily's stomach is like a black hole. It's like she doesn't let any of that energy go to waste, consumes it all, and the muscles she's been developing are a result of that. The same can't be said for Serena, however. It seems she's worried about her current appearance, as she showed us some flab. Maybe I'm putting too much into her meals? Perhaps I ought to cut a bit out each time without making a noticeable difference. We have only been on our journey for about half a month now. With all that walking behind us and what laid ahead, that itself is a huge undergoing, so this might just be a needless worry. Never tell a girl she is fat or that she eats too much though. You'd definitely get a slap in the face for that, haha. Jokes aside, 3 figures vanished into the darkness of the cave entrance of Mount Moon. By the way, it's not like we are going in completely blind here. Thanks to the Pokédex's map function, it is basically a high-tech GPS. It has most of Mount Moon and areas of interest already mapped out. Only this was open to the public though, of course there are still many hidden areas. There are several people who claimed they found that meteor crash site, but it looks like they left it off the map, probably for a good reason too. There are normal devices for this too, but we can resort to the Pokédex as trainers. Click. After inching our way into the main tunnel, we saw darkness all around. Every so often we would hear Pokémon chatter or make some noise, burrowing into the ground. 3 lights lit up the cave, and once we got a good view it was actually pretty wide. Shrew, a voice suddenly resounded near us, which caused us to shine our flashlights over to the noise. We only caught a glimpse of what appeared to be an armadillo-like creature digging a hole, hiding away from sight. Guidud, this time, another voice echoed not too far away. Shining our lights to the left, we saw a few creatures made of stone, hugging the walls. This cave is quite spacious for Pokémon to roam free here. Sandshrew and Guidud, Serena asked while looking throughout the cave. Way in the distance we could see light on the other end. This tunnel isn't that far at all. But looks can be deceiving. How long does the map say, Itsuki? It's about a half-day's walk give and take. We may need to descend further into the tunnels before reaching the other side, that's how it was in the games anyway. In the anime, the group got distracted by a lone Clefairy, which eventually brought them to the crash site. And on top of that there was no Seymour the scientist to act as a guide. Well, I'm not a certain Marimo head who tends to get lost at every other corner, haha. A/N, Marimo means algae, aka moss head. Is it possible to reach Cerulean City before the end of the day? Lily asked. Very possible should we encounter Clefairy rather quickly. We may need to start choosing random tunnels for that, I answered. Serena and Lily nodded their heads. And like so we ventured in the tunnels of Mount Moon. The path would take a turn every so often. Tons of Sandshrew, Guidud and Zubat would show up. A rare Graveler and Golbat as well. I bet if we would descend into the depths of Mount Moon, we could find Golem, Sandslash and Crobat, which were their final evolutions. In my mind I was debating whether to catch a Zubat. It was a very handy Pokémon early on which could use sound waves, basically echolocation to search things for us where normal vision may not help. Moreover, Crobat was a pretty badass Pokémon, and Crobat was extremely fast. I mulled over this thought for a couple hours as I saw Serena and Lily happily chat away with each other. Even though we seemed casual tight now, we were still on constant alert. Surprisingly, after a few hours of walking, I felt we have gotten deeper into the caves, but there was no sign of Team Rocket at all. Well, the only ones who caused trouble here was that infamous trio, and I had no idea they were currently in the shadows hiding back in Viridian City. Perhaps Team Rocket is currently laying low for a while? Well, in case anything did happen, I had my own way to get out of it. Battling isn't always the best solution. Reaching into one of my pockets, I spot-checked what appeared to be a sewn badge of sorts. It was a grey badge sewn with a yellow symbol on it. 3 diamond crystals held tightly by a 2-pronged spear. The symbol of a Paradise admin. What, didn't expect me to receive such a treatment. At first I only worked at Paradise as an intern because I was too young a child back then. But I still rose the ranks as any worker would. As I grew older, Lucamine showed me the shadows of society, away from Lily's eyes. She didn't want her daughter to get involved with that. And with me learning about that, it would do me better as her caretaker later on. Everything regarding this went mostly fine, except for that one incident that sprung up which caused Lily unable to touch Pokémon, let alone even approach them. But that would be a story for another time. And as a result, well, I was given the position of an admin in Aether Foundation. I'd rather not have Lily or Serena know this part of me, because it's something I myself don't like, but I didn't turn the position down. It secured me a spot inside the dark while I have my status as a professor and trainer in the light. Should Team Rocket ever try to harm us, well, let's just say they'll have to think twice on that. But that's enough about me for now. Seeing me stay quiet for a while, Lily turned around. Itsuki, is everything all right? However, at this time, my ears perked up. Shush, I signaled the two, and they immediately turned quiet. Not too far away, we heard the sound of a Pokémon as if they were singing. Clefairy! Clefairy! Clefairy, the voice said, appearing in our sight a Clefairy. It seemed to be holding a moonstone as it hopped happily in a certain direction while carrying it. I signaled the two and Lily immediately smiled seeing Clefairy appear. We made sure to hide ourselves until we no longer saw Clefairy. We then started to follow it, which let us venture deeper into Mount Moon. By the way, during this I let the two know I wanted to catch a Zubat, and we were able to find it pretty quickly. I had Zubat's data added into my Pokédex. Zubat, the bat Pokémon. Poison and flying type. Zubat often live in caves and hate to fly around in daylight. They use ultrasonic waves that emits from their mouth to check their surroundings, as Zubat does not have eyes to see. They like to form colonies. Speaking of Mew, it followed us into Mount Moon. But Mew acted as if it had night vision and played around with many of the Pokémon in the tunnels, as if the darkness had no impact to it at all. Asterisk. A bit more about Itsuki's stay in Alola. In this fanfic, Aether Foundation isn't evil like other organizations are. They are known in the underworld though. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's reach back up over 500. Chapter 61, Mount Moon, 3. Clefairy. Clefairy. Clefairy, a cute creature said, revealing itself to be a Clefairy. The moment it arrived to a fork in the tunnels we were going through, we saw Clefairy become confused for a moment. Clefairy then made its decision, and continued to down one of the paths. We made sure to keep our distance as we followed Clefairy. For all we knew, this Clefairy could be leading us in circles, but I doubt that, as this one was carrying a moonstone. The crash site actually had a giant meteor-like rock in its center, but in actuality, it was one big old moonstone. It would allow people to break chunks off of it, and that's the moonstone we see today. After another hour or two, we actually arrived at an exit. But instead of descending further, I felt we were ascending Mount Moon this past while after we followed Clefairy. We actually came out into an opening on a rather steep cliffside. We could see Pewter City far off in the distance. It seems we were still on the left side of Mount Moon. Tons of wild vegetation could be seen. It made the cliffs a lot more hidden than one would seem. One wrong move and you would be in a world of hurt. Zubat! Zubat! A sudden voice resounded in our ears. All of a sudden many shadows of bats swooped over our head, causing us to duck right as we reached the outside. If one had a close look, one of these fast Zubat going back into the cave was green instead of blue. Unfortunately, as we had to duck, this shiny got away from me. They were already out of sight before we could turn around and gather our composure. Wow, that was a lot of Zubat. Are you guys okay? Serena asked with a hint of worry. I think so. I may have seen one that had a different color, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, Lily answered, patting her skirt down. No, what you saw was real. I saw that green Zubat too. Shall we go back to try and retrace our steps to catch it? Shiny Pokémon are pretty rare after all. Nah. I caught my Zubat already, so let's continue following that Clefairy. As if right on time, we saw the cute creature appear over the exit that led us to this open area. It started to hop on boulders with ease. Clefairy. Clefairy, Clefairy said, hopping away on each boulder, soon vanishing from sight. These boulders were relatively high up, and we would be ascending the mountain even more. Who's ready for some light rock climbing? I asked with a grin. Hold on a minute, Lily asked, tilting her head in a certain direction as Clefairy vanished from sight. Hearing Lily say that, Serena's ears also perked up. Is that the sound of running water? Serena asked, confused. So you can hear it too. Mount Moon does have several hidden exits like this. It is possible it can have its own river. Let's keep up the pace and climb these boulders, and perhaps we'll see it. You two can go first, I'll spot check in case anything goes wrong, I answered Serena and Lily. You just want to look up our skirts, don't you? Serena retorted with a grin. I wouldn't mind that though. Still, having Itsuki behind us will be reassuring, Lily responded with her own retort, and a light blush appeared on her cheeks. Serena giggled but led the way, she managed to keep her footing every step to her next boulder. Lily was able to do so as well, and I followed them. And just in my own bubble, I did see their panties as I made sure they didn't fall. Serena wore black and Lily white. I'll just keep this bit to myself, but I'm sure the two probably felt my eyes. If you unconsciously stare at a girl, they may say they didn't feel it, but more times than not they probably do. We took our time on these boulders and sure enough, the running water grew louder. Sure enough we came to a natural formed bridge, and a crystal clear river flowed way underneath it. Wow, this area is really pretty, Serena replied happily. Are we even on the mountain anymore, Lily? According to the map we are, and it seems we are reaching the peak of Mount Moon. Perhaps that might be Clefairy's destination. The peak? Serena asked, only to shift her eyes toward the large mountain we were on. To her surprise we were not that far away from the top of the mountain. Wow, we really are close to the peak. But I kind of want to go swimming in this river. There's no one around but us, hee, Serena giggled. If you really want to swim in this river we can come back and set up camp here. We burned a lot of daylight already. As I mentioned that, we saw the sun was already descending, and orange hues of a sunset arrived. Did that much time pass already? Guess we won't make it to Cerulean before the day is over. We probably shouldn't rush to leave in the middle of the night. Yet. Especially on a mountain like this, that would spell trouble. We don't know if Pokémon become active at night here. Should we stop following Clefairy now then or continue? Serena asked as the two nodded their heads. I think we should continue. Since we're near the peak, the Clefairy should stop soon. After concluding that, we actually caught a glimpse of Clefairy vanish into the thickets on the other side of the hanging bridge. Just don't look down, I said in a firm voice. We continued along and made it safely across. Any notion of trail footing ended here, and it was all wild grass. But after clearing the thicket, we found another hidden entrance. Looks like we made it. Yeah, let's go in, Lily replied confidently. We proceeded through the entrance, and re-entered the caves of Mount Moon. Sure enough we entered the crash site of the meteor that fell here ages ago. We saw several Clefairy, along with the one that just joined them. This Clefairy put its moonstone into a missing spot of the ring of moonstones that surrounded what appeared to be a gigantic moonstone. From here on, it played pretty similarly to what happened in the anime. Night descended before we realized it, and a full moon rose directly over the open hole of the crater. The Clefairy did their prayer dance to the moonstone, and constantly hoped around it and chanted their name. Seeing all of this was quite marvelous and it brought up a lot of memories with Lily, causing her to get a bit emotional. But she stood firm and watched it until the end of the prayer dance. We comforted her until the prayer dance ended. Before we realized it, several of the Clefairy touched the moonstones, and evolved into Clefable. Seeing it now over the Clefairy and Clefable played around. Lily tried to locate the one we followed and was able to spot it. Lily said she wanted to do this her way. It seemed the Clefairy and Clefable knew we had already arrived and still welcomed us. We saw Lily take out her own Clefairy plush doll and placed it down, which attracted Clefairy. She wanted to do this her way, and it looked like she was going to bait Clefairy. And after a couple moments of silence, Clefairy hugged the plush doll happily, which brought a smile to Lily's face. Lily asked Clefairy if it wanted to follow her and Clefairy nodded. And with that, Lily successfully caught a Clefairy. We bid farewell to the other Clefairy and Clefable and made our way back to the river. We set up camp for the night and January 23rd came in the blink of an eye. Serena skinny dipped in the river after waking up. Lily welcomed Clefairy to our teams and had breakfast over an open fire. Afterward, we got ready and easily found the path to descend Mount Moon, eventually making our way to the other exit, which lead to Cerulean City. Leaving Mount Moon, we finally arrived at the sign that read, Cerulean City, with an arrow pointing the direction underneath it. I decided not to scribble anything on the sign. Instead, with our heads raised high, we continued along the trail that lead to Cerulean City, full of confidence. I wonder, once we arrive at Cerulean Gym, will we meet the three Flower Sisters, or a certain red-haired tomboy who had yet to get her bike burnt to a crisp? Asterisk. Mount Moon over. New Pokémon, Zubat, Clefairy. Next gym battle gonna be a fun one. Chapter 62, Redhead Tomboy. Holy shit, Serena audibly cursed out. You can say that again, I retorted. This place is a tad too large, isn't it? Lily asked, letting Snowy dangle from her arms. Since we exited Mount Moon, we called out a few of our Pokémon to beside us. Lily had Snowy in her arms while Serena had Sapphire beside her feet, as did I with Ember. Though all three of us could be seen looking up to the building we arrived at, as it was massive. About the size of 3 football fields. It had multiple roofs, all shaped into a diamond, filled with fancy glass paneling. It even had its own moat shaped in a square going around the whole building. It was as if a massive auditorium, Far-fetched from what was likely to be an aquarium. As for where we currently were, it was now January 26th, and we arrived in what should be the Cerulean Gym in Cerulean City. We spent a couple days of to chill as we headed here to recover from the Mount Moon hike. I must say we made good progress though. We were able to check into Cerulean City's Pokémon Center, renting our room. We currently had plans to stay here for rest of the month. We would depart for Vermilion City afterward, and it appeared that city is known for its luxurious cruise liner, the SSN. I was thinking about surprising Serena and Lily with tickets to go on that cruiser. 1. Because I can as money wasn't an issue for me, and 2. I had never gone cruising before in my past life. Heck, I don't even know if I get motion sickness or not. Since I have traveled by plane a lot, I'd assume no, but I read that some people only get affected by one type of moving vehicle. Also, if one looked closely, 3 tickets could be seen in our hands. We weren't the only ones here either. Swarms of people could be seen heading in one direction, the entrance of this place, and they all had excited looks in their eyes. Is this really the Cerulean Gym? I uttered softly. However, it seemed my voice was loud enough to be picked up by another. A sudden voice, which seemed to belong to a girl, reached out to us 3 from behind as the people all around us continued to enter the building. You can bet your sweet ass this is the Cerulean Gym. Ain't she a beauty? A sudden voice said, acting smug as she placed her elbows onto her hips, looking up at it with us. We turned around, only to see a red-haired girl who had her hair tied up in a single angle knot, but it wasn't long enough to become a ponytail. She stood about the same height as Lily, being 5'7". She did not wear her short jeans and yellow tank top with overalls, but instead, she was currently wearing a 2-piece blue diver's swimsuit. She also had a towel wrapped around her and some swimming goggles in her hand. Misty? I asked, unsure if this person was Misty or not. Asking this, the girl raised her eyebrows. You know me? Strange, I typically don't have as many fans as my 3 sisters do. Haha, mostly just through stories, I let out a laugh. Itsuki, who is this? Lily asked, turning around and walked up beside me. So pretty, the red-haired girl uttered softly, which earned a giggle from Lily. The name's Misty. I run the Cerulean Gym along with my 3 sisters here. Hearing that, Serena blinked in surprise. Wait, are you saying you're the gym leader here? Serena asked. Well, I only recently turned 15 and became a gym leader, it's still mostly run by my sisters. Like, totally. You are far from our level, Misty, another voice suddenly said, reaching out to us. As it did, we saw 3 figures approach us from amongst the massive crowd. Each one was really pretty. If only that were the case for their attitudes though. They were none other than the 3 sensational sisters of Cerulean Gym, who were, according to Misty here, the active gym leaders. One had blonde hair wearing a red one-piece dress. She was Daisy. The middle girl had indigo hair, wearing a green one-piece dress. She was Violet. The last girl had pink hair, wearing an orange one-piece dress. She was Lily. Did you seriously just come from another swim, Misty? The show is starting soon, Violet asked with a hint of scorn. Hey, it helps me relax and get my mind ready. I don't see you 3 doing anything, Misty retorted. That's cause, you aren't on our level, and we know to appear on time, Lily retorted back. Seeing Misty introduce herself and having her bicker with the appearance of her 3 sisters, this brought back a lot of memories. Misty was one of the trainers I hadn't met back in my childhood either, so this was our first time meeting her, along with her sisters. Looks like she recently turned 15 along with the rest of us. Comparing Misty to Brock though, Brock seemed a few years older. And if things go smoothly, Brock will retire before the end of the year and Misty will start adventuring, leaving her gym leader duties to her 3 sisters. That's when they will meet up with Ash. But this timeline of events is a bit different. For example, back in summer camp, Go had actually met up with Ash, and if Go had a desire to go on an adventure, Ash may very well meet up with Brock, and then go, completely ignoring Misty. Who knows though, I'm just speculating how things will turn out from here. For now, we got a marine show to enjoy, and a gym battle to sew after. As I was in my thoughts, the 3 sisters seemed to have noticed me standing behind Misty, together with Serena and Lily. Well hey there, handsome. I see you 3 got tickets for our show. Thank you for supporting us, Daisy smiled at us. You guys definitely draw in large crowds. We're looking forward to it, I nodded. We hope you guys will enjoy the show then. But like, did one of you mention about whether this place was a gym? I could have sworn I heard that, Lily asked, placing her finger on her face. That was from me. We learned Cerulean City is rather unique compared to other gyms and we needed to submit applications to do a gym battle here, Serena said, explaining the situation. Ah. So our latest applicants are totally you guys then. Well, if you three are looking to see if this is the Cerulean gym, well, you're looking right at it and we are indeed the gym leaders. Just ignore Misty here, Daisy responded with a smirk. Hey. I'm a gym leader too, you know, Misty said, complaining again. Sure you are, Violet said with a grin as well. Hehe, you four seem really close to each other. I haven't gone to a marine show before so I'm looking forward to it, Lily responded with a smile. The show will be starting soon. We typically have one once a week and it helps support the gym. We recently, completed a total makeover of our gym. Now we can do battles and shows together, Lily responded, explaining what happened from their end. So that's what happened, will we be able to battle you guys after the show then? Absolutely. Though a thought just struck me. You three are all requesting gym battles with us, right? I saw 3 applications sent in, Violet asked. Hearing that, Serena, Lily and I nodded our heads. I think I know where you are going with this. You totally want to do a 3-on-3 battle don't you, Violet? Daisy asked, letting the 2 other sisters look at her. Are you saying we will use 3 Pokémon each to battle one of you 3? Lily asked, tilting her head. Once Lily asked that, the 3 sisters giggled at the same time. No silly. We are 3 sisters here. So that can only mean, a triple battle, Violet declared. A triple battle, Serena exclaimed in shock. That's right. A triple battle. Each side will use 1 Pokémon each. If you can beat us sisters then victory will be decided at once. How does that sound? Lily asked. That does sound pretty interesting. So we either all win together or lose and try again at a later time I asked back. Violet nodded her head hearing that. Yup. Ooh, I just thought of something else too. We don't get situations like doing triple battles much as gym leaders since it's usually just one person choosing one of us to battle. I say we could use this as a finale for our show today. That totally does sound like an awesome idea, Daisy complimented. That's settled then. Since that's the case, Misty, you can judge this match, right? Lily asked. However, Misty just stood there with a blank stare, as if she couldn't follow along. She felt our stares at this time, so she shook her head and snapped out of it. A smile bloomed on Misty's face. Of course. You can leave the referring to me, Misty responded. Weren't you just angry with your sisters a moment ago, Misty? Serena retorted. Well, we may bicker a lot but they're my sisters, they are family, Misty responded with a smile. That's right. We're like 4 peas in a pod. You'll take our spot eventually, Misty. But now we have a show and a battle to do. It was a pleasure meeting you guys, but don't underestimate us when the gym battle starts. Haha, we won't. It was nice to meet you guys too before the show starts, I replied back. Daisy, Violet and Lily said goodbye to us, heading into the gym, which by now, the crowd has lessened since our conversation began. Misty waved us goodbye and went after them, and we watched the red-headed tomboy vanish. Serena, Lily and I talked for a bit going over the details of triple battles and anticipation appeared in our eyes. We would get to enjoy a date and enjoy a specialized battle right after. I wasn't expecting to see a specialized battle so soon. Asterisk. Triple battles in the games are bleh, but watching them in the anime are really fun. I first decided whether to do vs Misty or the 3 sisters first. I decided with the 3 sisters, turning the second gym battle into a triple battle. Look forward to it. Chapter 63, Triple Battle, I. Welcome one and all. We hope you guys enjoy our show today, Daisy announced in front of the roaring crowd inside the main floor of the gym. Inside, it was gigantic, probably as large as 2 football fields. The moat and the rest of the building consisted of the 3rd football field. In the center it was a giant stone battlefield, very similar to Pewter City. However, for those new to this place, this was just a forefront. The gym leaders here could exercise different types of battlefields. Meaning, they had the ability to tear down this stone field, bringing in a giant pool. All of this was done electronically. We could see the 3 sensational sisters in the center of this field. The crowd roared for several minutes, one could see the fervor they had for them. If one looked closely, Misty could be seen behind the three as well. All four of them had smiles, waving to the crowd. They didn't have microphones or anything, but their voices were loud enough to stretch across the entire floor. Violet was the one to speak next. This is like totally our last show for the month. You guys know the drill, we always like to end it with a bang. We've got something in store for you guys. It hasn't been long since we've started to combine our shows with gym battling, so you guys will be in for a treat once our performance is over, Violet announced to the crowd of people. Hearing that, everyone roared in excitement once more. But we won't reveal what that is now, cause that will ruin the surprise. Let's get this show started, Lily also complimented. Yes. Let us begin, Misty concluded. As it did, we suddenly saw all of the lights turn off. The spotlights then turned on, with the center of the field shining lights on the four. Before we realized it, the four spread out two on each side at the end of each side. Fanfare began to sound together with them bringing out several Pokémon. The ground started to vibrate all around, and the giant stone field parted ways, splitting in the center. Not only that, all of our seats began to descend. We were quite high up, but now it made it so we were horizontal with the giant pool that revealed itself. Inside the pool was as if we saw a miniature ocean, filled with life and Pokémon. And just like that their show started. Surprisingly, Misty became the star mermaid of this show, with her three sisters supporting her. They danced gracefully underwater, acting very natural. They did well in performing underwater ballet dancing. Well, they were experts in it, so it was definitely enjoyable to watch. It didn't take long before Serena held my left and while Lily held my right, both leaning on my shoulders. No words were needed for this, we just enjoyed the show. A couple hours passed like this, and the audience clapped once the show was over. But perhaps some forgot, they still had their finale. With the end of their performance, we actually saw two platforms rise up at the end of each side of the giant pool. After the roaring crowd ended and did their applaud, Misty, Daisy, Violet and Lily jumped out of the water, landing on the platform in the back. As they did, a third platform appeared on the side of the pool. They themselves waved to the crowd, and it quieted down a bit. Daisy spoke up in the same loud voice that carried throughout the building. We totally hoped you enjoyed our performance. However, the show is not done. We have something special today. That's right. Lights, Violet yelled out, drawing everyone's attention. All of a sudden, the lights dimmed on the giant pool, including the sisters. Serena, Lily, and I were suddenly blinded by a large light, which stunned the crowd. Guess it was our turn to receive the spotlight, hey? Seeing this, we had to respond. So this is what you guys were wanting to do, I responded, letting my voice carry similar to theirs. The moment I said that, lots of eyes shifted toward the spotlight that was shining on us. Remember practicing your first speech or something in front of a large crowd as a kid? The feeling was something similar, nervousness. We were among a crowd of thousands of people, very much like those giant stadiums the leagues held and those of the Galar region. Not every gym has large crowd capabilities, but this one definitely does. This will be a feeling one has to get used to, but I mustn't show it, that's why I responded like that in confidence. Will the three challengers come down? Lily asked. We stood up, and as if it was normal, people parted ways, revealing a path straight down from the row we were sitting in. I took the lead and Serena and Lily followed. Thankfully we were able to reach the platform closest to us with ease. Before we knew it, Misty was now at the side platform, waiting for her to start our battle. This is pretty exciting, Serena said, as we lined up to face Daisy, Violet, and Lily. Yeah. Being in front of a large crowd definitely has a feeling to it, Lily complimented. Daisy smiled seeing us arrive, and she spoke out next. We received 3 battle requests. As these 3 trainers are a group traveling together, we have concluded to have a triple battle. We 3 gym leaders will be battling these 3 in a match for Cerulean's gym badge, Daisy announced to the crowd. The moment Daisy announced the triple battle to the crowd, they roared. Both excitement and anticipation appeared in everyone's eyes. That's right. As this will be a triple battle, the moment one side is completely knocked out will be the loser. The last Pokémon to remain standing will be declared the victor, Misty announced as well. Moreover, the field that will be used is the one we are currently standing over. Do the challengers have any questions? When Misty asked that, she looked toward us. We immediately shook our heads. I was actually thinking of using a flying Pokémon if this was indeed the case, but decided against it. Serena, Lily, and I went over who we would use from the time we met these four to now. We need to use the pool to our advantage just like they will do, so why can't we use water Pokémon too? It's a good thing we each have one. Sorry Aerodactyl, Scyther, and the others, you guys will get your chances to shine. That's one problem once you start catching more and more Pokémon, you need to decide who to use depending on what type of field there is to use to your advantage. But hey, that's the path of growing as a Pokémon trainer. None. We are ready to start, I responded in anticipation. None here, Serena said, grabbing one of her Pokeballs. Same, Lily responded, doing the same. Then let the battle begin, Misty declared, which caused the crowd to roar once more in excitement. Let's do this, girls, Daisy responded in kind, tossing her Pokeball over the giant pool. Violet and Lily followed suit, tossing theirs. 3 Pokémon revealed themselves before us. Seeking, Shell, Psy, 3 voices said. The 3 Pokémon revealed were a Seeking, a Shelter, and a Psyduck. 1 evolved Pokémon with 2 yet to evolve. There's no way they know the status of our current Pokémon, right? Disregarding that thought, we responded, tossing out ours. Wartortle, Frogga, Poplio, the 3 said. Our 3 Pokémon immediately dove into the water. Of course they were our Wartortle, Serena's shiny Frogadier, who both of ours evolved from our first gym battle, and Lily's shiny Poplio. The crowd was stunned seeing us respond with our own water Pokémon, but they roared again. Even Daisy, Violet, and Lily were surprised. So you guys have your own water Pokémon. This will totally be exciting, Daisy responded with a smile. We will let you have the first move. With pleasure, I responded. Our second gym battle was now underway. Asterisk. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's see if we can reach 500 before the week is over. Still thinking of how this battle will end, but it will end in the next chapter hopefully. Chapter 64, Triple Battle, 2. On the far side, Daisy, Violet, and Lily stood, and had their 3 Pokémon to battle out in the large sea-like pool ahead of them. They were a Seeking, a Shelter, and a Psyduck. On our side, I stood between Serena and Lily. Serena had called out her shiny Frogadier. Lily called out her shiny Poplio, while I had called out my Wartortle. Serena and mine evolved from Brock's gym battle back in Pewter City. It was a shame Lily didn't want to use her Poplio in the last gym battle, otherwise it would have likely evolved as well. To say the least though, this was a pretty powerful lineup compared to theirs, but they've been gym leaders for who knows how long. Such experience shouldn't be underestimated. After the 3 sisters said we could take the first move, us 3 looked at each other's eyes for a moment, before saying our first move. Frogadier, use smokescreen. Cover the entire pool in smoke, Serena said. Frogga, Frogadier said. After the first move was used, Frogadier clapped its hand, behaving like a ninja would. Balls of black smoke came out of its mouth, and a dense black smoke started to drift across the large pool. Rafe, dive into the pool, I said next. Poplio, follow after Wartortle, dive in too, Lily said after me. As we said that, Wartortle and Poplio dove into the pool, submerging themselves in water. So the first moves have been made. Stay above the water and use light screen, Psyduck. Hearing Lily receive her move, a mystical energy flew forth from Psyduck as it waved its hands. A colorful barrier appeared around Seeking, Shelter, and Psyduck before it vanished. Seeking, dive into the water, Daisy yelled out. Shelter, you follow after Seeking, Violet also said. So 2 of there are also going into the water. Hopefully Lily and Serena know about how light screen works. We either need to break their barrier with a move like Brick Break, or outlast it, focusing more on physical moves. As I thought that, Daisy and Violet revealed their moves as Psyduck stood back. Seeking, once you get closer, pull the water toward you. Use Whirlpool, Daisy said. Seeking said. Being a large fish as it was, it started to reveal blue energy around it. As Seeking got halfway between it, Wartortle and Poplio, Seeking's speed started to increase several-fold. We saw Seeking start entering a circle, rapidly spinning around itself. As it did, the flow of the water from both directions started to get sucked toward this newly formed whirlpool. Seeing this large whirlpool form, the crowd started to roar. It also started to suck in some of the smokescreen from up above the water. But thankfully as Serena's Frogadier continually released it, there was quite a bit of it. Psyduck still had a hard time seeing. Violet also smiled seeing this whirlpool, and she gave her move next. Turns out she was going to enter a combination attack. Shellder, ride Seeking's tail and launch your icicle spear. Aim right at the whirlpool in front of you, Violet declared. Shellder said. Despite being much smaller than Seeking, it was able to swiftly speed along underwater, swimming quickly. As Shellder did, dense ice energy began to form in front of it. Several icicle spears started forming, and as it swam closer and closer to Seeking. Once Shellder deemed it was close enough, it continuously launched its icicle spears, using the current of the newly formed whirlpool, which headed right at it. In the games, icicle spear would last 2 to 5 turns, but well, since turns don't exist here, Shellder seemed to create many more compared to what would normally get launched then. Enough to where the incoming whirlpool turned deadly. Imagine a tornado forming above ground with hail generating around it, heading your way. Well, similar concept, except this one is a whirlpool underwater. We could see Seeking continuously suck water in around it, and as the force increased, well if one struck those icicle spears head-on, it would definitely cause damage. Every so often this whirlpool would splash water outside of the pool as well, hitting the watching crowd. The crowd would ignore this and cheer on, seeing the battle rage. I look at Lily again, who nodded back at me. Rafe, ride the current and use your shell to rotate. Use Aqua Jet, I said my next move. Poplio, join Wartortle and use your Aqua Jet too. Rotate your body around Wartortle once the jet stream starts, Lily said her move as well. Seeing what I was going for, Lily complemented it with her Poplio. Wartortle and Poplio responded, letting large streams of water form in large rotations in front of their bodies. Using part of the incoming icy whirlpool, Wartortle began to rotate its shell. Poplio joined in and the two joined hands. Seeing the two join together, Serena revealed her next move as well. Frogadier, use double team and hide yourself in the waves and the smoke. Be careful when approaching Psyduck, Serena said, revealing her next move. Frogadier started to split its body apart, creating multiple shadowy-like clones and started to run on the waves, vanishing from sight. Psyduck became confused, wondering where its real target vanished into. Sigh, Psyduck said, titling its head in confusion. Psyduck, use the whirlpool and surf around it and blast this smoke away. Use surf, Lily called out her move. Psyduck said. After it did, Psyduck unleashed a powerful burst of water energy beneath its feet. It started to actually surf along the water, creating waves behind it as it sped toward the whirlpool. So it seemed Lily was using it to her advantage as well. Well, it made sense as this whirlpool was the focus of this. The crowd was roaring as we saw Wartortle and Poplio speed along one side of the whirlpool. They even joined together, creating one huge aqua stream around it. As it rotated faster and faster, we could see the two getting closer to Seeking, who was still in its center, spinning like crazy. Shellder, stop using Icicle Spear and close in. Make sure you use the current to hit them with a full body liquidation, Violet revealed her next move. Shellder. On the opposite side, Shellder stopped launching its Icicle Spears, only for a huge amount of water energy to burst forth around its body. In a way it was very similar to Giga Impact, except it dealt less power, but it could be used in situations like underwater. It dealt a heavy body blow bringing the force of water with it. And with Shellder riding the current along with ours, it was only a moment of time till an impact happened. After these couple of moments of anticipation, Lily actually called her next move, which made me choose my next target as well. Poplio, point another aquajet toward your fins, use the propulsion to head right into the heart of the whirlpool, Lily yelled out. So she was going after Seeking it? Then I will go after Shellder. Rafe, once you lock onto Shellder, finish it off with Aqua Tail, I announced my move. Wartortle honed in, and aimed right toward Shellder using the rest of the whirlpool current. Violet acted quickly and used her next move as well. Shellder, brace for impact. Use Withdraw, Violet said. Withdraw lets one withdraw oneself back into a shell if a Pokémon had it, and Shellder did. It was funny seeing a closed Shellder ride along the whirlpool. In the next moment, Wartortle's tail fin glowed blue. In the next moment, Wartortle arrived on the left side of the whirlpool, right in Shellder's closed face. Bang! Using this impact, Wartortle struck hard against Shellder's body. Thanks to the whirlpool, Shelter quickly exited the current, getting blasted up and all the way out of the water. Oh no, Violet exclaimed in worry, but it was too late. Shelter got launched to the side of the wall, causing another bang. Bang. This momentarily drew everyone's attention. Shelter. Once Shelter fell to the ground, faint circles appeared in its eyes. Seeing this, Misty made her first announcement. Shelter is unable to battle. The gym leaders have 2 Pokémon left, Misty declared, which earned another roar from the crowd. Though they weren't distracted for long, as Lily gave no room to spare, seeing Poplio appear right at the base of the whirlpool. Seeking was still spinning, so Daisy said her next move. Seeking, ride down and use horn attack. Blast her Poplio back into the ice, Daisy said. Seeking's horn started to glow, rapidly swimming downward, right at Poplio. Lily only smiled seeing this. Poplio, ride the whirlpool. Launch Seeking into the air with waterfall, Lily declared. It was too late for Daisy to act for anything else. We just saw a massive gush of water rush around Poplio's fins, launching itself at a fast pace. Bang! Another bang resounded, and Seeking got blasted right into the waterfall inside of the whirlpool. Losing its energy, the whirlpool began to dissipate, but the two still rode the current all the way up. They launched themselves into the air. Seeking still struggled to gather its bearings, but Lily acted quickly enough. Poplio, disrupt Seeking, and this, use hyper voice. Since receiving Poplio, we found that this shiny Poplio actually had its hidden ability, liquid voice, which was pretty amazing. It can turn any sound-based attack, much like hyper voice, into a same type bonus, which meant those attacks were now water-type attacks. Poplio let energy rush forth from inside, and it caused a loud screech, disrupting not only Seeking, but some of the crowd had to plug their ears as Poplio's voice became pretty loud at this time. The energy was white to begin with, but it quickly turned into a pretty blue. Hyper voice struck Seeking dead on, getting blasted toward Daisy, who had to catch Seeking into her arms. Daisy felt her arms sting from the impact, but she was able to stay her ground. Are you okay, Seeking? Daisy asked with worry as well. Seeking responded weakly. It didn't take long for faint circles to appear in its eyes. Despite fainting, this caused Daisy to smile. The whirlpool finally ended, and only Psyduck remained, trying to surf the waves and hit Frogadier. However, Frogadier proved too fast for Psyduck, and any time Psyduck hit some of its clones, Frogadier would create more. Seeking is unable to battle. The gym leaders have only 1 Pokémon remaining, Misty declared. Another round of cheers burst forth from the crowd. Take a nice long rest, Seeking. It's totally up to you now. Lily, Daisy said to her sister as she recalled Seeking. I don't have much of a choice now, do I? I don't see myself getting out of this, Lily complained a bit, seeing her Psyduck not hit Frogadier even once. Why don't we end it for you then, I suggested with a grin. Lily asked back, confused. It didn't take her long to see my Wartortle pop out back to the surface, watching Psyduck trying to hit Frogadier. After that, Lily's Poplio also plopped back down into the water. Before everyone realized it, Wartortle, Poplio and Frogadier formed a triangle formation around Psyduck, successfully trapping it. Only then did Lily realize what I meant by that comment just now. Oh no, Lily responded, but it was too late. Rafe, blast Psyduck head on with water gun. Let's end it, I issued my move to Wartortle. Poplio, use your water gun too. Make sure Psyduck doesn't escape, Lily said hers to Poplio. Frogadier, join them with your water gun too. Leave behind no hesitation, Serena revealed her move as well to Frogadier. The 3 responded to our moves and 3 blasts of water gushed forth from 3 different directions. Psyduck started to spin around, getting twisted on its surfing waves, unable to decide which direction to flee from. In the end another large bang resounded, and Psyduck got blasted by 3 water guns. It didn't fly out of the air, only a large slash of water burst forth from the center of the pool. Once it vanished, Psyduck could be seen floating back up to the center of the pool. Faint circles appeared in its eyes as the battlefield returned to normal. Seeing her sister's last Pokémon faint, Misty became stunned for a moment seeing that, but she still announced the result of the gym battle. Daisy's, Violet's, and Lily's Pokémon are unable to battle. This triple battle goes to the victors, Itsuki, Lily, and Serena, Misty declared, earning 1 more cheer from the crowd. Misty's platform actually moved toward us, and she seemed to grab a hold of something. Once she got close, our two platforms connected. That was a spectacular battle. You three are really in sync. These 3 cascade badges are well deserved, Misty said, presenting 3 cascade badges to us. We gratefully received them, and after chatting with her and her sisters for a while, we calmed down the crowd and were able to leave the gym afterward. All 3 of us put our second badge away in our badge case with a happy smile, and the day ended before we knew it, feeling triumphant for another victory against gym leaders. Like this the next morning came, but it seemed this day Serena and Lily had separate plans. Some shopping I wasn't allowed to partake in. Well, I wanted to get into contact with Professor Oak again, showing our newfound victory, but I am curious what those 2 wanted to buy. Asterisk. A longer chapter for you guys today. Hopefully I didn't go too overboard with the battle. Based on Serena's and Lily's last chat, you guys can probably guess what store they are about to go into. Note it will be a light lemon. ER 65, Chapter 65, Adult stores do exist in fantasy worlds. After an exhilarating gym battle with the 3 sisters, a wave of exhaustion swept us up pretty quickly, and we clocked out for the night early. I woke up to a sleeping Lily and Serena, cuddling against me. I quietly sneaked past them while still in bed, and picked up my badge case which was sitting on the table next to us. Leal's and Serena's were next to mine. Opening mine up, I see 2 of the 8 slots now filled. One in the shape of a boulder, and another one, a droplet of water. These were the boulder and cascade badges, earned from Pewter and Cerulean Gym respectively. A smile appeared on my face seeing the progress we've made so far. 2 badges in 1 month. Even though they were the first 2 badges out of 8 if one did the proper route of Kanto, this was already a good feat if I do say so myself. The end of January was fast approaching. We would have from February to probably November to gather the rest of the badges. At the very least I would want to get at least 4 out of 8 badges before June so we can wrap our journey around to Pallet Town so we can see of Gary and the others. Still reveling in our glory from yesterday, Lily suddenly said in a soft voice. Leaning a bit, I saw Lily waking up beside me. Good morning, Lily. I can't help but be amazed we each have 2 badges already, I said, still looking at the boulder and cascade badges. Right? We are making good progress already. In fact, why don't we try to get all 8 before we return home in June? Like that, we can enjoy Kanto the latter half of the year and train for the Kanto League, Lily responded as she pressed her breasts against my chest. A soft pleasure spread inside. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all, Serena chipped in, waking up beside me as well. Good morning, Serena. I guess we'll see how we do from here. The 3rd badge will probably be our real hurdle. As I recall the gym leader in Vermilion City is no joke. He uses electric types, and I think we have neutral coverage against him. Electric types, hey? Wasn't this gym leader a former militarist? He should be really strict with his Pokémon, right? Lily asked in wonder. I believe so. We grew up in an age where we now see exist with Pokémon. But back then several hundred years ago, it wasn't so pretty. We humans would enter constant war with Pokémon, we couldn't see things in the same light. I couldn't even begin to imagine such a thing in this time and age. We now have regulated battles and such, so we can get our fair share of fighting, Serena said while thinking aloud. Yeah, Lily also nodded. It's probably best not to inform the 2 of more evil organizations like Team Rocket and Team Plasma exist. I myself am part of the Aether Foundation, but we run a proper business model and we don't actively attack others. In the anime, out of the known organizations, the Aether Foundation isn't actual evil at all, barring that one scientist, I entered my own thought. Still, Lily probably knows about the position I'm in, but I guess that's how much Lusa mine has revealed to her so far, if any. Thankfully nothing has happened to us so far. I wonder, should I return to Viridian City to investigate that feeling I felt? Mew felt it too, I continued to think. Itsuki, Serena asked, seeing me no longer reply. Hearing that, I shook those thoughts away. It's nothing. Shall we go get ready for the day? I asked Serena and Lily. Serena smiled and nodded her head. I then saw her lock arms with Lily. Lily turned to look at Serena. Yes, let's. Though unfortunately for you mister today is a girls' shopping day. So that means no boys allowed. Be ready for a surprise, okay? Are we really going to go through with this? What, you brought it up didn't you? Getting cold feet now, Serena teased Lily. I am not, Lily calmly shook her head. Good, Serena replied, She then leaned in, giving me a quick kiss on the lips. I don't know what you two are planning, but I'm even more intrigued now. Since I can't accompany you two today, can I get a little taste now? We went to bed early, but, I began to say only to look downward. My member could be seen erect, likely thanks to morning wood. Hehe, this guy is lively this morning hey, Serena answered back, looking down at it. Lily blushed seeing it but didn't say anything. Why don't you choose one of us this time, Lily suggested. Choosing, I began to say, contemplating for a bit. After making my decision, we all headed into the shower to get ready. Within the echo of the shower's running water, faint slurping and moaning could be heard from Serena. Once we left the shower, Serena appeared rosy but cheerful. We said our goodbyes, and I saw Serena cling onto Lily happily as Lily waved her hand. The two left the Pokémon Center, heading off in a certain direction in Cerulean City. As for me, I was going to stay here and maybe head out to grab a bite to eat later. I wanted to make a couple calls. One to Professor Oak. As for the other, since we are off to Vermilion City next, it would be nice to check in with Professor Cerise again and check out his lab once we get there. It's likely Chloe and Go are still there too. I also wanted to surprise Serena and Lily with some tickets to enjoy the SSN cruise. It seems they will have a surprise for me as well, so I wonder what they got. Meanwhile, as I headed toward the PCs in the Pokémon Center, Serena and Lily could be seen marveling the sights of Cerulean City. After leaving the main streets, they came across a rather secluded area, finding themselves in front of a small purple building. There was a glass display off to the left, showing some rather revealing lingerie. It had a tinted lens so one couldn't peek on the inside, likely for a good reason. The two looked up and read a sign which said, Lover's Retreat. Seeing this name, Serena nodded. Looks like we made it. It actually wasn't too hard to find. Serena replied. I know. The directions were pretty straightforward. So this Lover's Retreat is really one of those shops, isn't it? Lily asked back. Sure is from looks of it. This was one of the highest rated places I could find online. Luckily they had a branch out here in Cerulean, Serena answered Lily. After she said that, the two decided to approach the entrance, only to actually see a guard dressed in a tux standing next to the door. Wow, they weren't kidding when they said this store has hired security, Serena said with a surprised voice. Yet undisturbed by her voice, the guard saw the two approach him. IDs, the guard simply asked. Hearing him ask for their IDs, Serena and Lily presented theirs. Seeing the two reveal themselves as trainers, the guard became a bit surprised, but still let them in. After all, one must be of a certain age to enter a store like this. Once they came inside, it was almost as if they entered a high-end jewelry store once they got past the revealing lingerie. Except once they got past that, everything was mostly encased in glass. Lily's cheeks started to turn a bit red seeing the various amount of new items that were still foreign to her. Though her thoughts were soon disrupted by the sound of a middle-aged woman, who happened to be the store clerk. Well, aren't you two pretty little things? Welcome to my store. Are you the owner? Serena asked the middle-aged woman. You could say that. I can clearly see you two are quite new to this area. Got anything of interest you're particularly looking for? The owner asked. Oh good. Well, to be honest, it is true it would be our first time buying these items. Can we explain our situation? Serena asked. Of course. I'm always here to satisfy new customers, the owner said back with a smile. Serena nodded seeing that. So it's like this, Serena began to say, describing their current situation with Itsuki. After Serena spoke for a bit, the owner nodded her head a few times. I think I get the gist of it. Your boyfriend must be quite lucky to be dating the both of you. Yes. We really love him, Lily finally spoke out. But for the time being we can't do the real thing, so Serena and I started to explore other options. Well, you two came to the right place. You said you two had interest in trying out anal sex yet? The owner asked bluntly. Serena and Lily blushed a bit but responded in confirmation. Yes. We did some research on our own and discovered it can really hurt if not prepared properly. So we found out your store brand and figured it would be best to ask someone about it. You're definitely right about that. I'm glad you two came to seek someone like me out. I can present you a few items to get yourselves accustomed to the act, but for the last one, I may need specific measurements. Measurements? Lily asked. Well, the end goal is to accept your boyfriend in there, right? To put it simply, the last item will need his measurements, the owner explained. If that's the case, I can help you with that, Serena responded happily. And just like that, Serena and Lily ventured into a sex store for the first time, chatting away with the store owner. After some time passed, a blushing Lily and a smiling Serena exited the store, holding a bag of goodies waiting for them to try out. Chapter 66, Calls. As Serena and Lily left their store with a bag of goodies in their hands, I could be seen back in the Pokémon Center, sitting at one of the PCs. Your Pokédex is coming along quite nicely. As expected of my grandson, Professor Oak said, who could be seen on the call. You even managed to catch a resurrected fossil Pokémon. Aerodactyl no less. I know, right? I was thinking of using this guy in my second gym battle, but we decided to use our water Pokémon. I know. It was a pretty spectacular battle, Professor Oak complimented, which caused me to raise my eyebrows. What makes you say that? Ho ho, so it looks like you weren't aware of it then. Those three gym leaders often like to televise their performances for those who can't make it to their live shows, and well, since they had a gym battle afterward, it was streamed live. Probably most of Kanto saw your battle yesterday, Professor Oak said. Seriously? That battle was amazing, big brother, a third voice suddenly said as I saw a fast shadow approach behind Professor Oak. Lo and behold, a rather short youth appeared beside him, a black-haired person. He was wearing his classic blue vest over a white shirt, and blue shorts. He was wearing a red cap, which looked very similar to his father Red. Comparing my height to his, I was probably a foot taller. Ash Ketchum. The main protagonist in all of Pokémon. Well, in my past life anyway, haha. Here, I don't even know what his status is anymore. Just a cute, yet annoying younger brother? He appeared as if he was about to come of age. We only had a few days left of January, and his birthday would come in May, while Green in June. Actually, didn't Gary just finish having his birthday as well? He should be 15 now. Well, if it isn't Ash. It's only been about a month since we've left. How you doing, buddy? Well, besides Gary bugging me to no end, it's been pretty quiet without you around, big brother. I'm already itching to leave to start my journey. You know we can't have that, Ash. Your time isn't until you three leave in June, Professor Oak added. Besides, you three still need to choose your starting Pokémon. Itsuki already chose his, I got 3 Pokémon left for the 3 of you. Oh, that's right. Speaking of first Pokémon, I can't believe your Squirtle already evolved. Your Wartortle looked really strong in that battle, Ash said as sparkles appeared in his eyes. You mean Raphael? I retorted back. Raphael? I swear the names you give your Pokémon are truly weird. I wonder where that comes from, Professor Oak retorted. Haha, Ash also said, letting out a laugh. Can you show me the rest of the Pokémon you caught, big brother? Ash asked. Unfortunately that will have to wait, Ash. If I bring out everyone now, it might get a bit crowded. Speaking of which, Professor, you know about the mobile box space, right? Are you having any issues retrieving my Pokémon from it to roam around out back? Nope, none at all. It really is a neat system. The mobile box space was created by one of our colleagues. She's called Bebe. She currently lives in Sinnoh, Professor Oak added. Bebe? We will definitely be reaching Sinnoh at some point, so I will have to thank her in person once we get there, I said. Ho ho, Sinnoh is still quite in an uproar since the end of the year champion battle. It seems Cynthia has her eyes on you, Professor Oak said. She does. We actually had a call with her back in Pewter. We have set our own little challenge, so once we head to Sinnoh, I'm sure it'll turn interesting. So that's what happened, hey? Are you going to go to Sinnoh, big brother? But aren't you still in Kanto? That won't happen for a while, Ash. Why don't go out back? I want to talk to Gramps about something. Sure. Don't you ruin anything, you hear me, Ash? Professor Oak asked him. Of course. I'm turning 15 in a few months. I'm not a kid anymore, Ash responded confidently. And with that, Ash left Professor Oak's side. Hearing the echo sliding doors, we knew Ash had left. Seeing that, a serious air appeared around Professor Oak. So what did you want to bring up this time, Itsuki? Professor Oak asked. Well, I know we didn't have a lot time before our journey started, Aren't you even a bit curious as to what I did these last 10 years I spent in Alola? I asked him. Is there a reason you didn't want to bring this up in our last call? Well, since Serena and Lily decided to do some shopping themselves, I figured now would be a good time. Plus back in Pewter, we were still trying to get adjusted on our journey. Now that we are in Cerulean, it's settled down a bit. So now's the time then? I mean, sure, I'm interested in what you did over there. Professor Kukui always praised you for the research you conducted at his lab. It's really intriguing that Pokémon do actually behave differently during battle. Several of these natures, as you say, have been identified so far. Yet, that was a blast to research. Each Pokémon is unique, no matter what people say, I explained back to him. In the meantime, I went into my bag, grabbing the badge I was ever so familiar. Tell me, Gramps, what do you think of this? I asked Professor Oak, showing him the Aether Foundation badge. This, Professor Oak began to say, only to stick his face to the screen, observing the Aether Foundation admin badge. So it really was like that. You could tell. Experience, my boy. I've lived a lot longer than you. I may still be a researcher today, but it might not be long till I retire. I didn't realize you climbed that high up at the Aether Foundation. I guess you can say you've secured a pretty good spot, considering its president is allowing you to marry her daughter, ho ho. It definitely has its perks, but there's always an underside to it. President Lucamine showed me things a normal person wouldn't encounter. You're similar with the Kanto League, aren't you? Sure am. Are you looking to not reveal this to the others then? For now, no. Lily might already know some since it was both of us in Alola, but maybe in the future. I want to enjoy the pace we're currently at. Then I'll refrain from speaking about it too. Like you mentioned, I too have stuff I don't tell others. And don't worry, I won't bring up your position with the League. Thank you, Gramps. It's mostly for added security anyways. One definitely can't be too careful nowadays. By the way, since you got 2 badges now, is Vermilion City your next target? Yup. We will be departing for Vermilion the start of February. My personal goal is to get 4 badges before we come back in June, but Lily thinks we can try to shoot for all 8 before then. If that does happen, that will give us a lot of time to explore more and train. I see. Only 6 badges remain. Good luck. I'm looking forward to what other Pokémon you may encounter with, Professor Oak concluded. We then heard a ding go off beside him. Ooh. The pizza is ready. I'll catch you later, Itsuki. Haha, take care, Gramps. With that the call ended, and I slouched back into my chair, feeling invigorated. It was nice to chat about that with Professor Oak. As long as no one comes into our bubble, we'll leave them alone, but there will hell to pay if that ever bursts. Let's see, I still got one other call to make, don't I? Let's see if Professor Cerise is around. Vermilion City outskirts, Cerise Laboratory. What appeared far from a modern lab stood on the outskirts of Vermilion City, overlooking the Sunset City, Vermilion City. Vermilion City was a large harbor city known for its sailing ships, as it was right next to the ocean. As such, each night it would show a beautiful ocean view sunset. However, compared to the harbor, the lab here actually seemed kind of out of place, as it was equivalent to that of a French castle. And inside of it stood a massive clear dome, which was Cerise Park, home to many Pokémon from all around the world. Like Professor Oak's ranch out back, this housed several habitats to where Pokémon could roam freely, if a trainer wanted to let their Pokémon roam. Inside of the castle-like interior stood a tall room with pretty high-tech equipment. Even the center in back had a grid platform, only to reveal a blue hologram of sorts. This wasn't currently turned on, so the hologram was static. To the left side was what appeared to be the most recognizable pieces of equipment, which mostly belonged to Professor Cerise's research laptops and desktops. To the opposite side was a small living area with a diagonal couch in the corner. A middle-aged man could be seen wearing a lab coat, sitting down, reading a book. He had short maroon hair and wore a plain pair of jeans with a light blue dress shirt. He was wearing some glasses as well. This was Professor Cerise, Chloe's father, and one of the main figures from Pokémon Journeys. Don't mistake Professor Cerise with Go though, as he wasn't Go's father. Go actually had his own parents in Vermilion City. You could say Go and Chloe are childhood friends. The sound of a squeaking door echoed his ears, which drew his attention. A young maroon-haired girl walked into the main room of his lab. She was wearing her standard striped shirt and yellow overalls, with her hair tied into a long single ponytail. Papa, it's lunchtime. Are you going to make it? The maroon-haired girl said. Ooh, Chloe, you came at a good time. We don't have much right now so I can join you guys. Good. We can eat lunch before that stupid Go gets here, Chloe said with a light pout. Hearing that, Professor Cerise closed his book and raised his eyebrows at his daughter. Chloe. Did you get in a fight with Go again, Professor Cerise? Well, I wouldn't call it a fight. It's just that jerk is too dense. He hasn't noticed any of the advances I've been giving him recently. Will he even make it as an adult? Chloe answered. Haha, that's just like Go though. Despite that, you still like him don't you? I do, but I don't know if Go will ever realize the feelings I have for him. Just thinking about it makes me want to pull my hair out. Well, don't give up. Do you want me to set up a setting for you? Once Professor Cerise said that, Chloe looked at him expectantly. Would you do that, Papa? Chloe tried to ask back. However, at this time, they heard the classic ringing sound, coming from one of their PCs off to the left. Ring ring ring. Dash oh my, guess we'll save this topic for later. Are you expecting any calls today? No, I wasn't. Let's see who it's coming from. I want to see too, Chloe also said. Once the two arrived at their PCs, they saw the caller ID on the screen. It was coming from Itsuki. Itsuki, Professor Cerise asked. Now there's someone I haven't spoken to in a long while. Why does that name sound familiar? Chloe said, tilting her head. Haha, have you forgotten him already? He's been getting notice as of late. He recently became a professor, just like I did those years back. Is that so? Chloe responded. After she said that, Cerise navigated his PC, and accepted the call. A rather tall, tan, brown short-haired figure appeared on the other end of the call. So it really is you, Itsuki. It sure has been a while. Well, I guess I should address you as Professor Itsuki now, haha, Professor Cerise greeted with a laugh. It's nice to see you again too, Professor Cerise. Is that you too, Chloe? Wait, don't tell me that Itsuki is really you, Chloe asked doubtfully. I definitely do look quite different from back then. I studied abroad in Alola for several years before returning back to Kanto. Also, were you guys able to catch our gym battle yesterday? Apparently it was streamed live, I said. Of course. It was surprising seeing you guys on screen. I can't believe you guys have started your journey already. So that really was you battling those gym leaders. It was a great battle, Chloe also complimented. Thank you. Well, as you can see, Serena and Lily are currently out, but I guess you guys can guess our current location, I said back. Cerulean City, is it? Professor Cerise answered. So that means you're on your way here next, he concluded. Hearing that, Chloe's eyes lit up. Wait, you guys are seriously on your way here? Like now? Chloe asked in a flutter. Ha ha ha, not now. It will still be a few days. I was wondering if we could drop by for a visit. It would be our first time coming to your lab, Professor Cerise, I asked him. Of course. We would be glad to have you guys. When should we expect your arrival? It should be around the first week of February, give or take. We can make another call once we know how close we are. I will look forward to you guys coming. We had a lot of fun back then. Better than being around that jerk, Chloe said indifferently. Did something happen? I asked. Haha, Go is just paying Chloe no attention at all. You're dating those two girls as well, aren't you, Itsuki? Professor Cerise asked. I am, I smiled back at the two. So lucky. I doubt Go even knows what I feel, Chloe complained again. Haha, shall I give you a word of advice then, Chloe? I said while letting out a chuckle. Normally I'd say no, but after hearing you say you're dating those two now, I'm all ears, Chloe answered back expectantly. Well, just keep at it. And make sure Go never ever meets up with Ash. Ever. If he does that, you'll lose out on your chances that you still have now, I explained to Chloe. Now why on earth would I do that? Chloe said, tilting her head in confusion. That'll be up to you to decide, I concluded. The call ended and my image vanished from the screen, leaving behind a confused Chloe. She turned toward her father. Papa, why would I make it so Go shouldn't meet up with Ash? Aren't they best friends? Chloe asked. Haha, well I guess you're still a young girl after all. I can see where Itsuki is coming from. He's right, you should keep pushing at it. Otherwise, Go may start spending more time with Ash than with you, especially once Ash starts his journey this year. Hearing that, a light bulb finally clicked off in Chloe's head. So that's what Itsuki meant by that. Now I'm starting to get a bit worried. Don't fret, Chloe. Let's go talk about this with your mother over lunch. If all else fails, we can have an arranged marriage between you two. Ugh, I really don't want it to come to that. I'll keep trying, Chloe said. Chloe and Professor Cerise left the lab room, heading toward their kitchen, where food awaited them. As for me, I was even more looking forward to arriving in Vermilion City. Now then, let's see what cruise ship is best at to buy some tickets for the Vermilion Harbor. Asterisk. Another longer chapter. Happy Turkey Day. Please keep dropping those power stones. A lemon might be incoming. I will see how long the scene will be if it's to be its own chapter or not. Chapter 67, End of January. Cerulean City, January 27th, Pokémon Center. I had a successful call with both Professor Oak and Professor Cerise. I was able to catch a glimpse of Chloe as well, and I must say she turned out quite pretty. Seems she was trying to get Go to ask her out, so hopefully the little push I gave her will work. The two are childhood friends, so it would make sense for the two to start dating. Though the one problem with that, was Go seems to just be as dense as ashes whenever it comes to romance matters. Gary wasn't, and he is still together with Green. So I'll just inwardly say good luck, Chloe. You will definitely need it. As for me, I browsed the web for a bit to purchase cruise tickets for Serena, Lily, and I. After browsing the web for cruise tickets, I successfully bought 3 first-class tickets for a day trip on the SSN. The SSN is known to cruise the whole ocean around our world, visiting many different regions. But while docked at the Vermilion Harbor, it does lots of smaller cruises. There are plenty of other cruise ships for shorter traveling as well, like the SS Aqua that travels to Enfidum, the Kanto SND Johto region. The most common way to travel between region nowadays is by plane though. Still, the first-class tickets were not cheap. On top of enjoying a romantic cruise, we will be getting a full-course meal. Hopefully the two will like it. Concluding my thoughts, I turned off the PC, thanked Nurse Joy and decided to go out to grab a bite to eat. Another hour or two passed, and I returned with a full belly. Making my way up back into our room, I saw 2 figures happily chatting away while watching the news. Ooh, Itsuki, you're back, Serena said. Welcome back, Itsuki. Were you able to make your calls? Lily asked as I entered our room. Closing the door, I responded. I was. Looks like you two are back too. I got a couple of surprises for you guys. Hehe, same here, Serena responded with a giggle. So you guys were indeed up to something then. Since we both got something to share, shall we draw straws? I suggested. Now you can go first. I'm curious of what you did this morning, Lily answered. Then first things first. We got invited to Professor Cerise's lab once we arrive in Vermilion City, so we'll spend some time there before challenging the gym there. Once I said that, I saw their eyes lit up. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Don't tell me we get to see Chloe and Go then, Serena asked in anticipation. Haha, it will be exactly that. We will intrude on their family then. But that isn't all, I continued to say while chuckling. There's this, I said, revealing the cruise tickets to Serena and Lily. Itsuki, this, Lily tried to say, having her eyes glued on them. A cruise? Seriously? Serena uttered. Yup. A fancy date. We will be cruising all day after we leave Professor Cerise's lab, I explained. Wow. That really does sound a lot of fun. Are you inviting us out? Lily asked. Of course I am, silly. You two can't say no to this. The tickets are already bought, I said, grinning. Who would turn down a free cruise? This was quite unexpected. I love you, Itsuki. This will definitely be a blast, Serena said, clapping her hands. Yes. It really sounds like fun. Thank you for getting the tickets. I love you too, Lily said. After the two thanked me, Serena leaned in, planting her lips against mine. She backed away, only to let Lily go next. I felt their tongues squirm inside my mouth for a moment. After the two kissed me, I was the one who spoke out next. I love you too, Serena, Lily. I feel this will be our first big date as a three-person couple, so it's my treat. We've been dating for a couple years, but Lily just joined in not even a month ago, I said back. Yes. I feel we should dress up for this occasion, Serena responded with a smile. You even got first-class tickets. On such a big ship, we can't be too casual with this. Yet. We will need to dig through our wardrobe. I'll leave that up to you guys, but I'll make sure to dress properly too, I concluded. I then looked at the shopping bags beside them, deciding to ask about it next. So, you two definitely did do some shopping. Is this your guys' surprise for me? I asked Serena and Lily. Lily blushed, but I saw the two nod. They looked at each other, before Lily spoke out. Should we explain it, Serena? Or just show it? Lily asked. It'd probably be best to explain it, Serena answered. Explain what? I asked. Well, you know we are holding off on doing the real thing until the three of us are wed, right? Lily began to say. That's right. I know it's still 10 to 11 months away, but I'd figure it'd be best if we held back on that, I said. Right? Well, we figured you may not want to hold back once we start cuddling more and more a few months down the road. Sucking and licking is perfectly fine, but Lily and I decided that there is another option. One that will let us feel even more pleasure, but doesn't pose a risk of getting us pregnant while on our journey. Yes, we went to a very specific store for that, Lily also said. Another way to feel even more pleasure? I'm interested now. I mean, this field was pretty new to me as well. I know how the act is done and all that, but I did have no experience myself until I started dating Serena and Lily. And if they went to a very specific store, I could only imagine what they purchased. It probably was one of those shops. My eyes wandered back to the bags they had. Serena and Lily had one bag each, so I assumed what was inside Lily's was for her, and what was inside Serena's was for Serena. Seeing my eyes lay back on the bags, the two smiled, and didn't say anything. They only went into their respective bags, and started to pull out encased items of varying sizes. Sure enough, they were those toys. Ones a person wouldn't normally find in a general supermarket or convenience store. Simply put, sex toys. They each had a rotor, a few different sizes of dildos, and to top it off, one shaped like the real thing. For some reason this last one feels very familiar. Don't tell me, did they actually use my shape? Not only that, they brought out a few pairs of sexy lingerie too, and I must say, if either Serena or Lily would wear those, it would become pretty exciting. So Itsuki, do you know what these are? Serena decided to ask, bringing forth the special toys. I saw Lily blush again, but she looked at me expectantly. To put it bluntly, they are sex toys, right? I answered her. Oh good, so you know then. I don't need to go into that part then, Serena said, which brings us to our next topic. Our alternate method of pleasure, Serena started to say. Lily nodded and continued to speak. Yes. Serena and I decided on this, so that is why we went to that store. Tell us, Itsuki, where do you think we would use these toys? Lily asked with a smile as well. Well, it's obvious we aren't going to use them in the front, since we are holding off on that. So that only leaves one area. Don't tell me, I speculated, only to have my eyes turn wide. Seeing my reaction, the two likely knew my answer. I saw Serena blush a deeper red. She proceeded to get off the bed, only to unhook her outfit. Her red skirt plopped down on the floor beside the bed, which revealed pink panties and a pink bra. Serena then proceeded to unhook her bra, revealing her pretty breasts. After that, she stripped her panties down, revealing a closed slit that glistened with dew. Not saying anything, Lily and I saw Serena get on all fours, turning away. Her ass became completely visible to me and it looked super soft and smooth. Once her ass was pointed our way, she reached her hand back, and let a couple of her fingers stretch her butt out a bit, revealing a cute little pink hole closed above her slit. Since you know what these toys do, Itsuki, you probably know where we are going with this. Would you be against training our butts until they are ready to accept your thing? Serena asked embarrassingly. Are you sure? As I recall, doing it behind like that hurts, doesn't it? Is this the method of pleasure you two are wanting to explore? I asked. Yes, having anal sex. We've done our research and went to one of the popular store brands, inquiring an expert on the process. We know this process will take a while, and that's why we said this might not be ready until we have around 4 badges or so, Lily explained. So this is what you two were referring to. It seems your minds are ready for this already, so if you two are like that I won't be against it either. I'm curious to try out your butts. Is that why you got different sizes of those toys? Yes. Once we get used to one of them, we will move on to the next, all the way until we use the toy that matches your size. If we can take that, I'm sure we can be ready for you. I see. I guess now is to decide the order then. But from the looks of it, you're wanting to try this training out first, Serena. Hehe, why else would I get down like this and show you my ass? It's been decided a while back, but since Lily will be your first wife and take your virginity first once we are wed, we concluded you should take my anal virginity instead. If the training goes smoothly, Lily will join in. That's right. I want to be a part of this too, Lily smiled. Hearing the explanation, I nodded once more. I stretched out my hands, and felt up Serena's ass, which caused her to release a cute yelp. Shall we get started then? Let's see, what toy should we start with first? I teased them, entering our lovey-dovey time. Just like that, Serena and Lily explained their situation to me. I would train them as we continue our journey. It wouldn't be too often like daily, but every so often during our cuddling. And since they said their butts would probably be ready by the time we earn our 4th badge, I'm guessing I would get the fun of enjoying anal sex then. I'm already looking forward to it. Before we realized it, the rest of January passed by in a blink of an eye, and we enjoyed Cerulean City. We made sure to say goodbye to Misty and her sisters. I teased Misty a bit saying that if she has a bike, she should keep it secured. I also let her know if she has interest in starting a journey, it was possible she would join up with a couple of others. Hopefully by that, the original Ash, Brock, and Misty party would still form. Misty would have to wait another 4 to 5 months before Ash departs from Pallet Town. February 1st came, and it was time to depart to Vermilion City. Asterisk. Power stones please. Cerulean City is now done and the 3rd gym is inbound. Time to pay a visit to Professor Cerise and his lab. Chapter 68, Route 5. Typically when it comes to this stretch that leads to Vermilion City, a few things do actually happen. At least it did in the anime. In the games, it was just one stretch of several trainers, both along the Nugget Bridge that eventually lead to Bill's place, and another string of trainers that would allow one to enter Vermilion City from the north side. Unfortunately while we were in Cerulean City, we concluded Nugget Bridge did not exist here. So that likely meant Bill's place was the lighthouse that overlooked Vermilion City, much like how Professor Cerise's lab overlooked Vermilion City too. Bill wasn't a total stranger to me. He is in a very similar position to Bebe actually, who Professor Oak brought up during our call. I even wondered if Bill and Bebe were related. In the games, Bill was known to be the creator of the PC Pokémon storage system, while Bebe expanded on that, creating the mobile box space for everyone to use. Bebe's system was kept in this world, so will Bill be the same? Only one thing to find out, to meet him in person. If Bill had his lighthouse, then that would be our next target to arrive at. It would be nice to pay Bill a visit before arriving at Professor Cerise's lab. Unfortunately this route was split into both Route 5 and Route 6 separated by a long underground passageway. Trainers also had the option of going more east and conquer Rock Tunnel, which would eventually bring them to Lavender Town, a city of ghosts. Should it even exist here? Unless if we need to, I currently don't have plans to visit Lavender Town. Bill's lighthouse wasn't the only area that existed on Route 5 either. There was a trainer prep school, as well as a hidden village. However, as we have graduated school completely already, we will skip past that part. Trainer prep schools served as an alternative method to enter Pokémon leagues. If one successfully graduated from this school together with their normal school, they would not need to go on a journey to gather a region's 8 gym badges. Similar to how my big sis Daisy was, she entered a unique school for breeders. She successfully graduated a few years back and she now has a nice career as a Pokémon breeder. And well, these schools served no purpose for us three. 1. We already are on a journey and 2. We've already secured a couple badges. We long decided to go on a journey together. So we just passed by that prep school, watching several younger trainers battling one another. It was on this current path we would come across a faded boulder, the one giant rock to where a certain Charmander would lay, struggling to stay alive during a rainstorm. The very same Charmander abandoned by that one trainer. Well, we passed by it. It wasn't rainy, nor did I see any Charmander. So that probably meant the bastard trainer was still abusing that Charmander, trying to let it be the best Charmander it could be. Well, that trainer would eventually get fed up with it, abandoning it to die on that boulder. Hopefully later, Ash will still take pity on it, and rescues the Charmander. With that note, we entered a smaller forest while on our walk in Route 5. This was a special forest actually. If one didn't have the proper path like we did, a trainer would likely fall into a trap set by wild Pokémon here. The same Bulbasaur Ash caught was actually the leader of these wild Pokémon here. If one gains its trust, it would them to the hidden village around here. Unfortunately we did not encounter any traps, let alone any signs of this mysterious Bulbasaur. Since it wouldn't come out to greet us, I guess we won't get an invitation to this hidden village. That's fine with me, our destination is at the end of this forest anyway. There was actually one more thing that's been popping up around here too. A squad of Squirtles that go around antagonizing trainers. Just in case they did appear for us, I brought out Wartortle. Bringing out Wartortle worked like a charm, and it did not hear any Squirtle coming to our way. Ash can have fun with these three guys just like he did in the original anime. As for me, well, I already have a Squirtle, which is now a Wartortle. For Charmander, I plan to catch one in Johto. I also have no interest in catching Bulbasaur either. And as much fun as encountering the Squirtle squad would be, I really didn't want to recreate that squad here. Just naming my Wartortle Raphael is enough for me, haha. Jokes aside, we eventually came out of the forest, only for us to encounter an upward slope. Not only that, it also started to get a bit darker. We spent around half a day walking through Route 5. Among the Pokémon seen here, most were ones we've already seen. The moment we approached this slope, we could hear the sounds of ocean waves crashing, which excited Serena and Lily. But there were a couple new finds. Abra and Meowth. Serena, Lily, and I went through what Pokémon we had at this time, and catching a Psychic-type Pokémon would definitely add more coverage. With our conclusion, we decided that Serena was the best one to catch an Abra. To be honest, I was interested in a Psychic-type too. Alakazam was really powerful. But for me, the Psychic-type I will probably catch is a Slowpoke, and hold off on evolving it until it get a King's Rock for Slowking. The Slowpoke line are pretty good defensive Pokémon, especially having an ability that heals it upon every switch. As Serena hatched her plan, she struggled to catch an Abra, but still managed to do so. That's because Abra really likes to teleport around. It wasn't until later on Abra could learn more moves before evolving, but in the past, Abra would generally only know teleport. Serena saw her 3 wiggles, successfully capturing Abra. She became happy as we congratulated her. We also made sure to get Abra's reading into our Pokédex too. Abra, the psychic Pokémon. Abra is a psychic type. It can read others' minds and it will teleport away when danger approaches. One must have a clear mind while trying to catch it. Getting to that clear state of mind was Serena's struggle, but she pulled through. After our catch, we hiked the rest of the slope, which appeared as if it was a hill. Once we reached the end, Serena and Lily became shocked. In front of us now stood a vast beach, and an endless blue sea and blue sky. Waves soothingly crashed onto rocks as they came toward us. Seeing the ocean, Serena became giddy while Lily stood still, not speaking. "Wow, it really is the sea," Serena happily said. She then took her shoes off right then and there and ran onto the hot sand. She started to feel the water splash onto her legs. We saw her have fun letting out a few laughs before Lily spoke out to me. "This is quite nice. I had no idea we would be this close to the sea." "I'm guessing that's our destination further up," Lily asked, pointing her finger ahead of us. Far over our reach was a large lighthouse sitting atop a cliffside, overlooking the sea. A light at its top could be seen constantly spinning around in circles, which served as a navigation light to those who wished to approach the Vermilion Harbor. That lighthouse further up was indeed our next destination. Bill's Lighthouse. Chapter 69, Bill and the Lighthouse. A small tease for you all. Serena's naked, peachy body glistened under the rays of the descending sun as she splashed water at Lily, who was also stripped of her clothes, revealing her breathtaking pale white skin. Their breasts would jiggle up and down as the two had fun. And if one had a close look at Serena's butt, her smaller hole located above her closed slit could be seen closed, and a small string poked out of it. The moment Serena and Lily extended their hands out to me to join them on the beach with the setting sun, only one word came to mind. Nice. Happy 69th chapter everyone. Please enjoy the real chapter below. Power stones please. We had successfully arrived at sea. I'm sure if we followed the beach in one direction, it would eventually take us to Vermilion's harbor. This area was quite complex really. It wasn't a joke that Ash and his group got lost multiple times during this route. In the end, becoming lost those several times became a blessing for them, as Ash walked out with the 3 starters of Kanto. Seeing the sunset on the beach was really breathtaking. We listened to bird Pokémon chirp over the waters while water Pokémon dove in and out of it. Serena and Lily held my hand, and rested their heads against my arms, not moving. In mere moments, the sun descended and night fell upon us. That was a really pretty sunset, Serena said happily. Yeah. My house literally sits right next to a beach, but we almost never went cause it's right next to us. It really is enjoyable to watch, Lily also responded. You stayed at 2 different areas during your stay in Alola, right, Itsuki? That's right. Most time out of the week Lily and I stayed in Professor Kukui's loft at his lab. Every so often we would travel back to Lily's home. Is that so? You need to show me pictures of your house sometime, Lily, Serena said. That's not really necessary, Lily replied back with a hint of shyness. Oh? Don't want to show us what your house looks like? Your family is rich, aren't they? Yes. That is why I don't want to bring it up. If it wasn't for Itsuki being with me, I would always feel way too lonely in that mansion, Lily answered, only to cause Serena to blink at her. Wait, did you say mansion? Serena exclaimed in surprise. Geez, how rich is your family? Why haven't I decided to inquire about that all this time we've been together? I remember you seeing flying off in a helicopter when you left summer camp back then too, Serena said as her eyes turned wide. Hehe, you never asked, so I never spoke about it. And yes, that helicopter belongs to us too. I wouldn't be surprised if Mother's corporation is earning billions of Poke dollars already, Lily answered nonchalantly. Hearing her answer that way, she probably still has a bit of contempt for her mother, Lucamine, for being absent so much. If only Lily had a proper tour of her office, she would find out that Lucamine still deeply cares for her. Her attitude on this has greatly improved over the years though, but it's still a bit of a touchy subject. A/N for sake of this fanfic, Poke dollars is typically yen in the games, but for this, it's USD. B billions, Serena replied in shock once more. She then turned toward me and pointed her finger. And this guy will get half of it once us 3 wed, Serena joked, sticking her tongue out at me. This only earned another giggle from Lily. If only it was like that. I'm sure Mother has her inheritance plans set up already, so we will see once the wedding happens. You already own a certain percentage of Aether Foundation already, don't you, Itsuki? I do. It's just a small percentage though. Besides, I have my own wealth as a professor, I explained back with a smile. You two have it good. I declined my mom to become a Pokémon rider, so now I'm just a trainer, Serena replied. Isn't that fine though, just enjoy the experience of being a trainer like we've been doing and leave the money business to us. Is that really all right? Serena asked. I don't see a problem with it, Lily answered, only to shiver a bit from cold wind of the beach passing through. Serena also shivered. Brrr. It's getting chilly out. Shall we conclude our traveling for the day or see if we can make it to that lighthouse? I was actually thinking the latter. There's been a rumor of a giant Pokémon roaming this place which gets attracted by the lighthouse once it gets dark out, I started to explain. A giant Pokémon? Lily asked with interest. Yeah. Then let's be off. Look, fog is already starting to spread around. I'm sure we can make it in next couple of hours if we pace ourselves good, Serena replied. And with that, we continued walking along the beach at night. We made sure to travel on the dirt path right beside it, not directly on the sand itself. There was a clear path that led up to the lighthouse directly. Fog did indeed start to settle in around us too, and that was a good thing. I wasn't going to fully explain the giant Pokémon situation to the two here, and let them experience it. This might actually play out differently too, cause there isn't a certain Team Rocket trio to bug us. The reason why that giant Pokémon got angry was because the 3 attacked it, only to have Bill see it retreat back into the ocean. I know Bill just wants to communicate with it, so he got that at least. So let's see if something else happens instead. Do I have the balls to catch that giant Pokémon? Most definitely. Will I actually capture it? Probably not. I mean, its silhouette in the anime revealed a damn Dragonite. There's no way any of us three are prepared to take on one of the most dangerous Pokémon of the Kanto region. The only Pokémon that might stand a chance against this Dragonite was my Ninetales. She could deal quad effective damage and is immune to dragon-type attacks thanks to being a fairy type. If this Dragonite does express interest in battling, I may have Amber challenge it. She has yet to have experience of what it's like to battle dragon-type Pokémon. In regards to the Dratini line, I had plans to catch one myself once we either arrived at Dragonite Island or the safari in Fuchsia City. Yet at this time I did not know what would be heading my way. Before we realized it, 1 to 2 hours passed and we made our way up the steep cliffside. This cliff reminded me of a certain rich man's precariously placed mansion who went by the name of Doug Dimmadome, haha. Except this lighthouse had great foundations, and stood tall as we approached the door. Once we arrived, we stood there blankly. We saw murals of Pokémon carved into a really large stone door. These Pokémon were of the rarer bunch of Kanto Pokémon. Scyther, Pinsir, Tauros, Arcanine, Ditto, you name it. Further up top had the legendary Pokémon, the bird trio. One of the panels was also carved out with scratches, not showing us who it was. But this particular spot. As I recall, this panel depicted Mewtwo, didn't it? Maybe Mewtwo wasn't as known in this world yet? I have yet to see the events of Mewtwo's movies happen, so maybe that's why. We marveled the giant door for a few minutes, seeing what else Kanto had to offer for us, which caused Lily and Serena to get excited. I then looked over, and saw the doorbell, which had a buzzing system. I decided to press the button, which caused the two to shiver again. A creepy doorbell rang in our ears. With the fog setting and the light constantly spinning, I must say this makes our current atmosphere quite eerie. Yet that thought didn't last long as we heard the other end pick up, and a male voice reached out to us, greeting us. "Welcome. I've been expecting you three," the male voice said. Hearing that, Serena blinked for a moment. "Wait, you've been expecting us?" "Yes. You three are trainers under Professor Oak, are you not?" the voice asked back. "Actually, it's only me who is under Gramps. Did he reach out to you by chance?" "Oh, so you are the little professor then. If the other two are associated with you then you three are welcome. Feel free to enter," the voice said again, only to cut off the voice box. Immediately after, the large two stone doors slowly cracked open, letting us come inside. The room we entered appeared as if it was a giant cathedral, except it only expanded upward as it was a lighthouse. We could see a spiral staircase leading up to the top, which I assume was the place to where the light was. Further in the back, we saw a single flight of stairs, and a rather tall figure standing at the top of it, looking right at us, with his claws. The figure in front of us appeared to be a giant Kabuto, who was tapping its claws together. Seeing this giant Kabuto, Serena and Lily stood in place, looking right at it. "Is that a Pokémon?" Lily asked, hesitantly. Chapter 70, Meaning of Life. "Hello there," the Kabuto said, greeting us in spoken tongue. This only caused more confusion to Serena and Lily. "The Pokémon talked?" Serena asked in confusion. "Haha, I'm no Pokémon. Could one of you three please come up and press this button over here?" the Kabuto replied back with a chuckle. "What button?" Serena asked. She then walked up the steps, and stood right in front of the Kabuto. She looked around a bit on its front side, and eventually found a small button on the left. "Is it this one?" Serena asked. "Yes. Please press it," the Kabuto confirmed her. Serena acknowledged the Kabuto and pressed the button. A loud PSSH sound struck our ears, only to reveal a blinding light. All of a sudden, we could see again, only to see the Kabuto split apart at the top. Inside, two hands popped out and in the next moment we saw a figure. Thankfully this time, this figure appeared human like us three. Seeing this person come out of the Kabuto, a light bulb lit up in Lily's head. So this was a Pokémon costume after all. "Is it a mechanical one?" Lily asked. "Indeed it is. Thank you, you don't know how many hours I have been stuck in that thing," the figure said, who appeared to be a green-haired man dressed in a maroon tuxedo. "The name's Bill. Like the little professor here, I too am a Pokémon researcher. However, I am staying as a researcher, and did not promote myself to a professor," Bill said, introducing himself to us as he got out of the costume. "A Pokémon researcher, hey? Nice to meet you, Bill. I'm a trainer, Serena," Serena introduced herself. "Likewise, I am also a trainer. I'm Lily," Lily also introduced herself. Since you know me, I am indeed the little professor, but I am also a trainer. I'm currently traveling with these two around Kanto. I also introduced myself to Bill, who seemed to know who I was already. So you're a trainer too? Well, I welcome you three to my lighthouse, Bill responded with a light bow. That's what had me curious. Why is a researcher like yourself in a lighthouse? I do see equipment around that's seen in labs, but, Lily asked with interest. Haha, there is a clear reason for that. I chose Spot for a reason. This lighthouse was already built by the time I found it, so I purchased it and turned it into what you see now, Bill explained. Wow, so this lighthouse is all yours then, Serena said. That's right. To start with, the reason why I was in that costume. Kabuto are said to be extinct Pokémon. Long ago, they became fossils like other Pokémon. These fossils retain their DNA, allowing one to be resurrected. But even so, extinct Pokémon should have had a heart, no, Bill began to say. A heart? Serena asked. I only smiled seeing Bill start to explain his situation. Bill then looked to one of the murals carved toward the top of the right wall, which depicted an Omanite, an Omastar, an Aerodactyl, a Kabuto, and a Kabutops. The known fossil Pokémon of Kanto. I wanted to know just what extinct Pokémon were feeling when they lived on our planet all those years ago, Bill said. This led to the idea of me building such a costume and putting it on, Bill continued to say. Do you have the capability to understand a Pokémon's feelings by putting on such a costume then? Lily asked. I do. At least, I think I can, anyways. What's with that half-assed reply? Serena retorted with a giggle. This earned another laugh from Bill. He then walked down the steps, continuing to speak. As he did, he sat down on one of the steps. Our planet formed millions of years ago. Surely all sorts of beings were born since then, living on our planet with all sorts of their own thoughts. Since several years back, the number of Pokémon being discovered has grown exponentially. In the beginning, it was just a mere 150. Then the progenitor of Pokémon, Mew, was discovered and that only led to further discoveries. To this date, almost 900 Pokémon currently exist, Bill explained. Is there really almost 900 Pokémon? Serena exclaimed in surprise. Lily was also surprised by this fact. You three are Pokémon trainers, right? Bill suddenly asked, which earned a nod from us three. You can see it as a goal to catch all of these Pokémon, do you not? I am not sure if we will go that far, but catching Pokémon and training them is one reason why trainers exist, Lily explained. After Bill asked that while Lily explained, we actually saw the lighthouse start to dim. From the ceiling, we saw blue panels appear, one by one. If one counted closely, there were 898 of these panels. One by one, some panels began to light up. Seeing the Pokémon light up, the three of us became surprised. Even I did. 19 panels lit up, which signaled the number of Pokémon we've caught thus far, which included the latest catch, Serena's Abra. Surprised, Bill asked with a smile. Bill, how did you? I began to answer. Wait, is this a live feed from Professor Oak's lab? Not only that, but from the lab these two also received their Pokédex. I knew you three were coming as guests, so I received permission to give you guys this display. It's quite marvelous, isn't it? I would also like to point out that it did not highlight Mew's panel, as I've kept Mew's data on a hidden secured server within the Pokédex. Unless I specifically give permission to reveal Mew's data, no one will know about it. Besides Serena, Lily, and Cynthia of course. They know about Mew since summer camp. As I thought that, Serena nodded. It is. I know we've been quite selective in what we've caught so far, but seeing it lay out in such a giant spread like this, it really is a drop in the ocean, Serena said, marveling at the 19 lit-up panels spread among the 898 panels. This is all just the Pokémon we've come to discover to this day. I know there are plenty of unknown Pokémon still in lands we haven't explored, living out their lives the way they want to, Bill explained. This drew our attention once more. Are you saying there are still Pokémon out there we haven't found yet? Lily asked with interest. Most definitely. Regardless of them being discovered or not, they still breathe the air we do, being alive. This is the main point that I've been researching. Let me ask you three. Why are we, human? Our planet was formed so long ago, yet why do we exist on it? Why do Pokémon exist here with us? Bill said, beginning to explain his research points to us. That, Serena tried to ask, only to get interrupted by Bill once more. Oh, I am not expecting you three to know the answer to this. In fact, most of us do not know. It's one of life's greatest mysteries after all, haha, Bill replied with a laugh, still sitting on the step he was on. That is true. We are alive and living life how we want to, but we don't know why that came into existence, I replied back. Well, I am a reincarnator, but that still doesn't answer why we exist. If gods exist, where did they come from then? That was always an interesting question to ponder, I spoke inwardly to myself. Yet, I've been going around to several regions to see how Pokémon live, but right now I am in this lighthouse, for a very specific reason, Bill answered, standing back up. He then marveled the panels along with us, walking down further, and stretched out his hands. He then turned around to look back at us, only for Lily to ask the next question. What is it that you are looking for here? Lily asked. One Pokémon. One that may be one of its kind, Bill replied. Really? Just one Pokémon is why you are here? Serena asked doubtfully. Yes. A giant Pokémon to be exact. I saw it arrive here by sea not too long ago. It always arrived through the fog, so it only shows a silhouette most of the time, but if I could match it against one of these panels, I'd say this giant Pokémon may very well be one of Kanto's most powerful Pokémon, a Dragonite, Bill said, revealing his finding to us. A Dragonite, Serene exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the same Pokémon our current Kanto champion, Lance, uses? And you are saying it's a giant? The very same, Bill answered. Come. It is almost time, Bill said, urging us to follow him. He led us up the spiral staircase, which led us directly to the top of the lighthouse. Once we arrived, we saw it was a lot darker now, and the fog was dense. We also saw the lighthouse's light continuously spin. Next, we saw Bill take out what appeared to be a remote control with a couple of buttons on it. This Pokémon would always make a soothing cry whenever it announces its appearance, and I managed to take a recording to it. I've been to get into contact with this Dragonite. From what I found, it has no family. The Dragonite always comes to shore here alone. Alone? That's pretty sad, isn't it? Serena replied. Are you wanting to join this Dragonite's family, Bill? Lily asked. To be honest, I am not sure. At first, I became infatuated in just trying to make contact with it. But now, this Dragonite does seem very lonely. I am not sure if it is responding to my calls, but there must be a reason for it to come all this way, and more than once. Just like how there is a reason for us to live. You are trying to find the reason why this Dragonite keeps coming back here, I answered. Exactly. As to whether one can form a bond with this Dragonite, it remains to be seen, Bill concluded. He then pressed the button on his switch, only to let out a soothing cry of a Pokémon. This sound echoed through the sea around us. At first, we received no response back. But once the Pokémon's cry finished, a couple moments passed in silence. Afterward, we slowly started to hear the ocean waves quake, and burst forth, climbing up the cliffside. In the next moment, we saw, within the foggy sea, a silhouette appear. The closer it got, the larger it became. Once it arrived in front of us, it let out the same cry Bill's device let out a couple moments ago. Sure enough, this giant silhouette was massive, far spanning that of the height of the lighthouse, and the cliff itself. Not only that, I can confirm this silhouette definitely belonged to that of a Dragonite. Except this Dragonite was massive. Just seeing this massive Dragonite made me excited. Reaching my hand inside my waist, I grabbed onto one of my Pokeballs, waiting. Asterisk. A giant Dragonite appears. Will a battle ensue? Chapter 71, A Pokémon Egg? Seeing the giant silhouette of the Dragonite appear offshore next to the cliff, its presence towered over us. Despite being almost the same height level with it, our size paled in comparison. It was as if we were currently looking at a towering building. Yet despite this difference, once this Dragonite came into view, it let out another soothing cry. So you've come once again, Bill uttered softly. Even though he said that, the Dragonite seemed to disregard us completely, and only wandered around the shore near the lighthouse, seemingly with no goal in mind. As I thought, is it really no use trying to connect with this Pokémon? Bill said again, disheartened. You want to meet me? I want to meet you. Are these sounds just not enough? Bill asked. Bill, would you be willing to let me try something? I asked him, thinking of an idea. Thinking this, I slowly released the grip of my Pokeball. Sometimes there was a time and place for battling, and as much as I would like to challenge this Dragonite, it was highly possible it would flee, just like how it did when Team Rocket attacked it. That didn't even let Bill get a chance to see the Dragonite reveal itself. As such, I decided on another idea. As long as it doesn't hurt this giant Pokémon, I'm willing to give anything a try at this point. It's so close to reach too, Bill said, nodding. Looks like he doesn't want the Dragonite to enter battle after all. I nodded my head and confirmed Bill. Then, are you willing to keep a secret, Bill? I asked him once more. This question, however, drew Serena's and Lily's attention and they became serious. Itsuki, Serena asked. It's all right. I believe we can trust Bill, I reassured Serena and Lily. Truly, Lily asked back, which earned a nod from me. What is this secret? Now you are intriguing me even more. Hearing Bill ask that, the three of us looked at each other for a brief moment, before I yelled out. I made sure my voice carried but it wasn't loud enough to disturb the giant Dragonite nearby. Mew, it's time to come out and play, I yelled out. Seeing me yell this out, Bill looked at me weirdly. He almost laughed in response to that. Pfft, you really think you can call such a mystical Pokémon here? Bill tried to deny me as I called out to Mew. He knew it wasn't possible to see one of the mythical legendaries so easily from his point of view, but he didn't know ours, how I formed a bond with Mew so long ago. His concern was completely shattered the moment he heard a childlike giggle echo in our ears. I in turn wanted to laugh at his reaction like this. His eyes turned so wide his pupils almost stretched backward back inside his head. In the next moment, in the skies not too far away, a swift shadow swooped in, darting right toward the lighthouse top we were currently standing on. As it sped toward us, the figure looked at the giant silhouette, seeing it struggle where to go. The lighthouse kept changing its colors, telling the Dragonite it wanted to meet. The figure then looked back to us, and sped down. Mew, Mew spoke, letting out another giggle. It floated around a bit, before Mew plopped out right onto my shoulder. Seeing Mew arrive, Serena also approached Mew, and rubbed Mew's chin a bit, just like how one would do to a cat. How you doing, buddy? I asked Mew. Mew, Mew answered as if it responded in good health. As I started to speak with Mew, Bill just stood there dumbfounded. In the end, we saw him break down in laughter, as if he didn't believe what he currently saw. Ha 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 ha. I see. So that's how it is. Just how I am trying to form a unique connection with something I've discovered on my own for the first time, you've taken a step ahead of me, forming a unique bond already. With who is said to be the progenitor of all Pokémon. I can't believe I'm witnessing Mew with my own eyes, Bill responded excitedly as a glint of light appeared in his eyes. Did you know that Mew only reveals its presence to those of pure heart or those who find it worthy? I asked Bill. I do recall such a thing. Does that mean Mew recognized me? Bill asked, while looking at Mew. Seeing his gaze, Mew looked at Bill, and floated toward him. It didn't take long for Mew to start having fun, spinning around Bill. Haha, well I guess there's the answer to that question, I grinned back at him. Simply marvelous, Bill complimented, seeing Mew have its fun. Does anyone else know of Mew's existence besides us? Bill asked. Just one that I can think of, though that person hasn't seen Mew for several years now, I answered Bill, which reminded me of said person. Cynthia, the current reigning champion of Sinnoh. I am pretty sure Go and Chloe saw Mew as well back at summer camp. That's what drove Go to start his catching Pokémon adventure. To catch every Pokémon that will lead up to him eventually catching Mew. As to whether that will still happen, it remains to be seen, since Mew has been caught by me already. I am not sure if there are other Mew around. Oh? Who would that be? Interested, Bill decided to ask. This earned a smile from Serena and Lily as well. Cynthia, Serena answered, placing her hands at her hips, as if she became proud to reveal that. This further caused Bill to come to a sudden halt. Cynthia? You don't that Cynthia, do you? That super strong trainer that's been gaining attention in Sinnoh since she became champion not long ago? Bill asked, surprised. Wait, now that I think about it, she did issue that weird challenge, didn't she? I remember she calling out to someone on TV, Bill continued to say, only to see him look right at me. A moment passed before a light bulb lit up in his head. Don't tell me, that challenge of hers was issued to you, Bill asked as he looked at me. What do you think? I answered vaguely. But I could see it from Bill that he figured out Cynthia's message already. So that's what happened, Bill uttered. He then had a look at Mew again, who was still playing around us. Seeing this, Mew stopped, only to tilt its head at Bill again. Mew? Mew asked, looking at Bill, as if it was waiting for Bill. Bill no longer hesitated and spoke out to Mew. Mew, I am not sure if it's fine for me to ask, but this Dragonite wants to meet me, and I want to meet it. I don't know what's causing this last missing piece, but with it so close in sight, I am sure a path can form, Bill started to explain to Mew. Mew saw Bill point his finger at the giant silhouette of the Dragonite, constantly quaking through the waves. Bill took this time to play the control in his hand once more, and pressed the button. A soothing Pokémon cry echoed around us. I want to meet you, Bill said resolutely. You want to meet me, Bill continued to say. I must say, this Pokémon cry was its own melody, to say the least. It was definitely calming. It didn't take long for the silhouette to respond back with the melody of its own, which was the same melody Bill's device played. Mew witnessed this, and it too enjoyed them. Once both sides calmed down once again, Dragonite came to a halt. Mew took this time to look at Dragonite, who was still hidden, deep within the fog. The Dragonite responded back, finally moving its head a bit. It looked right at Mew. Mew, Mew yelled out, and floated over the cliff. It flew right toward Dragonite, rising up to match the Dragonite's glowing eyes. The fervor the Dragonite was in since it arrived seemed to have calmed down once Mew arrived in front of it. Mew, Mew said, speaking out to Dragonite. Yet Dragonite only stared at it. In the next moment, its fierce glowing yellow eyes died down, entering a calm state. Dragonite responded again, letting out its same cry. As it did, we were engulfed by a wave of peacefulness. We saw Bill enjoy it too, and he momentarily closed his eyes. After that, Dragonite took action, and actually walked toward us. The waves were no longer in such a chaotic state, and only parted ways every time Dragonite took a step. Dragonite soon arrived right in front of the cliff, and man, it definitely was huge. Maybe it had a Gigamantax gene? I know many Pokémon don't always come with the ability to Gigamantax, only some did. They either had it in their genes to do so, or didn't. It was that simple. Bill opened his eyes at this time and smiled. So you've come, Dragonite, Bill said. We actually saw Bill extend his hand over the edge of the lighthouse. We made sure he wouldn't fall out. Dragonite responded with a light cry, and we saw it lean toward Bill. The world seemed to have stopped the moment Dragonite arrived in front of Bill's hand, and actually nuzzled against it. Dragonite, Bill tried to say. While it was still foggy, we definitely saw Dragonite's appearance now as it was so close to up to us. Turns out it was a green shiny Dragonite. Unfortunately this moment only lasted briefly. Dragonite parted ways, and separated from Bill's hand. Thank you, Dragonite. I am so glad we could finally meet, Bill said, with a smile. Dragonite then responded to him with another cry, which drew our attention, especially Bill's. It took a bit to figure out what Dragonite was trying to say, but Bill was next to speak. Dragonite, do you have something? Bill tried to ask. Dragonite responded with a short cry, acknowledging Bill. We then saw Dragonite lean in again. Before we realized it we saw something small appear in Dragonite's front. It lowered its head right at Bill, and upon a closer look, the item resting on Dragonite appeared to be an egg of sorts. Upon a closer look, this egg had a pale blue color. No way, so this Dragonite wasn't completely alone, Serena uttered. Perhaps it was trying to find someone, Lily also softly asked. Who knows, but I do wonder how Bill will respond to this, I also said softly. We also saw Bill smile again during this time. So you had family after all, I'm glad. Are you saying you want to give this Pokémon egg to me, Dragonite? Bill asked without turning away. Dragonite simply responded with a resolute cry, nudging its head even further toward Bill. Seeing this, Bill reached out, and took a firm hold of its Pokémon egg. Thank you for placing your trust in me, Dragonite. Two sides finally met. I will be sure to take care of your egg. Will we meet again? Bill asked. Dragonite only let out a strong soothing cry in response. It too didn't know whether it would come back or not. Bill simply nodded hearing Dragonite's response. Then until next time, Bill concluded, saying goodbye. Before we realized it, the fog started to dissipate, and the Dragonite vanished back into the sea. After a couple moments, Mew had finished playing around, returned to my side. I too bid Mew farewell, and it flew back off, wandering around, wondering where to go next. It returned to us three and Bill, and we made our way back to the inside of the lighthouse. Bill made sure firmly hold onto the Pokémon egg he was given. So that's how this is going to end, hey? I asked as we made our way back inside. Looks like it. I truly thank you guys for letting that connection form. I was not expecting that Dragonite to have family, but it seems it's placing its trust in me to raise this Pokémon egg. You were in a similar position too, right Itsuki? Bill asked. That's right. Come say hi to Bill, Amber, I said, grabbing a hold of Amber's love ball. I then tossed it out, and my shiny Alolan Ninetales made its appearance. Bill halted to take a good look at Amber. "Nine," Amber said, greeting us as she nuzzled against my hand. "Wow, is that a Ninetales from another region? And an alternate color to boot. You don't see that too often," Bill said in approval. "You saw it on the lit up panels earlier, right? Were you able to take notice Amber isn't the only one? Yet. You three already have a family of Ninetales and Vulpix, right?" Bill asked. "We do. They all get along great," Serena responded happily. "That's good. I can see you guys take good care of your Pokémon. You three will do well as trainers. Since you came here in person, I assume your next place to visit is Vermilion City," Bill asked us. "That's right. We've earned 2 badges each so far, and we plan to challenge Vermilion City's gym leader next. After that, I am not sure." "Kanto is a pretty open region," Lily responded with a nod. "You are definitely right about that. Kanto has a clear path trainers can follow, but after Cerulean City and Vermilion City, it opens up. If one wanted to challenge a gym that wasn't in its next path, they could," Bill explained. "I guess we will see how we do after our 3rd gym battle," I answered. "You three aren't going to head there now, will you? It is pretty late into the night. Why don't you three stay at my lighthouse for the night? Guests often come to visit me, so I have some spare rooms available. Is that all right?" I asked. "Yes. It's the least I can do. Unfortunately, I do not know how to cook much though, so I won't be able to help you guys there." "Hehe, you can just leave the cooking to Itsuki," Serena said with a smile. Bill raised his eyebrows hearing this. "You know how to cook, Itsuki?" Bill asked. "I do, among other things. It's not known to many, but I've been a butler in training before arriving back in Kanto," I explained to Bill, which only caused his eyes to turn wide. "Seriously? That's something I'd least expect from a son of a line of champions, haha," Bill responded with a laugh. "Well, things happen," I said, smiling back at him. With that, we made ourselves comfortable enough to pass the night, chatting with Bill along the way. We became pretty good friends during that, and we were happy Bill was able to meet the Dragonite that's been coming here. It even gave Bill a Pokémon egg to look after. I figured it would be my time to catch a Dratini later on, and trying to find Dragonite Island for that will be a blast. The next day came before we knew it, and it became bright and sunny. Bill told us the way to arrive at Vermilion City, and after parting ways, and we started walking right toward it. It was almost time to battle the 3rd gym. Asterisk. Longer chapter for you guys today. Power Stones please. Serena, Lily, or Itsuki for the gym battle chapter against Lieutenant Surge. Chapter 72, Vermilion City. Journeys just confirmed alternate worlds exist in the Pokeverse, things just got a lot crazier. Anyways, here's the chapter for today. A salty breeze wafting through the air. This place was full of salt I mean, such a pleasant breeze was our first impression after exiting the underground passageway. This underground passageway led us from Route 5 to Route 6, effectively bringing us underneath Saffron City. If one trainer did the proper path, they would arrive in Saffron City 6th to take their 6th gym battle with Sabrina, the psychic-type gym leader. But that wasn't our plan today. At long last, we finally saw the sign that led us into the new city we arrived at. Vermilion City. "We finally made it," Serena said, letting out an exhausted sigh as she saw the city sign. "We only spent another day of walking since we left Bill's place," Lily responded nonchalantly. "Are you sure you have enough energy for this, Serena?" Lily asked. Once Lily asked that, Serena looked over and saw Lily acted calm as usual, acting as if a day of walking through Route 6 meant nothing to her. Sure, Lily had light traces of sweat, but Serena still blinked at her. Just how much energy do you have, Lily? I already feel like taking a long bath again, Serena responded in complaint. I could only shrug my shoulders at Serena. He, Lily giggled. Don't be like that. Look, you see that red dome not too far away, right? Let's go, the Pokémon Center is in sight, I said, pointing at the Pokémon Center within sight, urging the two to enter Vermilion City. After we check in, our first destination will be the Vermilion Gym. The only person on our list to challenge is the gym leader, who is none other than Lieutenant Surge. This was the first big hurdle for Ash as he began his journey. After all, it was his first time battling an evolved Pokémon. With his own Pikachu no less. After our business Vermilion Gym is done, our next point to visit is on the other side of the city in the outskirts. Professor Cereza's lab. It was time to meet him in person and get together with Chloe and Go. I'm sure Serena and Lily will have a lot of fun at the lab. And lastly, after getting our share of Vermilion City, at the end of the week we got our scheduled fancy date. We will have to get dressed up for this, and enjoy a night on one of the world's most luxurious cruise liners, the SSN. Concluding that thought, we arrived at the Pokémon Center. Welcome, Nurse Joy greeted us. Nurse Joy? Didn't we see you back in Cerulean City? Serena asked. She was able to regain her composure before we entered the Pokémon Center. She still had plenty of sweat clinging to her though. Hearing this made Nurse Joy chuckle. Oh, you must have met my second cousin back in Cerulean City, Nurse Joy answered. You see, I happen to be the third cousin. My first and second cousins reside in the Pokémon Centers in Pewter City and Cerulean City respectively, while I reside in the Vermilion City's Pokémon Center. Though among my cousins, I dare say I'm the prettiest, Fufu, Nurse Joy explained to us. You all look the same though, Serena replied, a bit confused. We get that a lot, Nurse Joy said, simply smiling back at us. At least Brock isn't in our party to go off on an hour tangent describing how great Nurse Joy is and describing their differences, I retorted inside my mind. That thought ended quickly as Nurse Joy asked us if she wanted our Pokémon healed. You three seem to have just arrived in Vermilion City, so welcome. Shall I heal your Pokémon? I'm sure they must be tired from traveling. That would be great, said, with a smile. Yes please, Serena also answered while Lily nodded her head. Nurse Joy went to go retrieve her tray, and we placed our Pokeballs on it. Thank you very much. I'll get your guys' Pokémon healed in a jiffy, Nurse responded. Though as she was in the middle of grabbing our Pokémon, we suddenly heard the Pokémon Center's sliding doors open, only to have a frantic voice speak out behind us. Please make way. Hurry, the voice said, obviously in a rush. We heard the sounds of a stretcher rolling onto the floor beside us. As we heard that, we turned to our side a bit. We saw a frantic trainer rushing beside the rolling stretcher that was being moved by a Chansey. A worried look appeared on this trainer's face. This lasted for a few seconds before Chansey and the trainer vanished into the room in the back that went straight to the ER. Though before they vanished just as quickly as the two arrived, we saw what was on the stretcher. A very injured and fainted Raticate, wrapped in several bandages. Seeing this just happen now, we turned back, only to see Nurse Joy reveal a look of worry. Oh dear. It's only the beginning of February but they just keep coming in like that. I must say that's the 15th one since the start of the year, Nurse Joy said, worried. Have you been getting a lot of injured Pokémon recently, Nurse Joy? I decided to ask. Actually, this is quite normal here in Vermilion City. That trainer just now must have challenged the Vermilion Gym and lost, resulting in his Raticate like that. Lieutenant Surge must be quite ruthless to keep sending injured Pokémon your way, Lily said. Well, it's something we're used to by now, but I can agree that Lieutenant Surge is a rather strong gym leader. He is actually the first big hurdle for beginner trainers in Kanto. Not many make it past him to continue on, Nurse Joy explained. Is that so? Well, regardless of what just happened now, we still plan to challenge this Lieutenant Surge to battle for our Thunder Badges, Serena answered confidently. Phew, I wish you three the best of luck then. But pardon me, I must excuse myself for now. I need to make way to the ER room, Nurse Joy said as she handed our Pokémon back, good as new. Wait, can we check into a room before you go, Nurse Joy? I quickly asked her. Of course, Nurse Joy answered. She then turned to her side who we saw her own Chansey next to her. Chansey, be a dear and give these three a key to one of our available rooms, okay? I must hurry, Nurse Joy said to her Chansey, before darting into the same room the stretcher went into. Chansey, Chansey answered as Chansey smiled at us. We then saw Chansey do a bit of rummaging around before finding a key, which she promptly gave to us. Thank you, Chansey, I spoke, thanking Chansey. Chansey responded with a giggle and continued doing her duty as we headed through another set of doors that carried us to our room. Today marked February 2nd, and February 3rd arrived after we checked in and slept, quickly drifting off into dreamland. Serena clocked out extremely early and was the first to fall asleep, so we just cuddled and went to bed. February 3rd came and today would be the day we challenged Lieutenant Surge for the Thunder Badge. I also had a little challenge myself, wondering if Lieutenant Surge would be willing to accept it or not. Chapter 73, Giant. Had a busy work week, and spent the latter half recovering from getting my third booster. Start of new week, here is the next chapter. BZZZ. 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 February 3rd, 2010, Vermilion City, 7 a.m. The sound of an alarm clock buzzed in our room, which stirred the three of us awake. Waking up, I woke up to Serena and Lily sleeping beside me as usual. Today was a fateful day, and I felt invigorated. Time to get up, you two. I'm going to go on ahead and let Professor Cerise know we'll drop by his place tomorrow. I'll see you two down in the lobby, I said quietly. Okay, Lily said softly. ZZZ, Serena responded with a light snooze. She was still trying wake up. Getting up, I lightly kissed the two. I shifted to the bedside, escaping their embrace. Once I got out, I saw Lily shiver a bit, only to reach out with her hand, hugging Serena into a cuddle. In her other spare hand, she had her Clefairy plush she has had since she was a child. No matter how many times she sleeps with that as she sleeps with us, I always find it very cute. She had this thing for years, so it's received plenty of wear and tear over the years. I've sewn it up a few times already. And yes, I learned how to sew. Sewing is one of the essentials to being a caretaker of a lady. Others mainly included household chores, such as cleaning, laundry, cooking, and such. And since Lily was a lady born into a high-class society, fitting was another such example, getting her into any type of clothes she wants to wear. Thinking that, I turned my head and saw the Clefairy she actually caught in Mount Moon sleeping in front of her. If one looked closely, an eviolite could be seen worn around Clefairy's neck like a necklace. But since Clefairy was still asleep, I didn't disturb it, so I changed my side again. This time I looked forward and saw three other figures sleeping peacefully on the floor beside our bed. Snowy, Lily's Alolan Vulpix, and Sapphire, Serena's Cantonian Vulpix currently had their tails wrapped around each other as they slept. Amber, my shiny Alolan Ninetales, had the two sleeping within her fur. Once I crept to the bedside, I saw Amber's ears twitch. Her eyelids fluttered before she woke up. 9, Amber said, greeting me. Good morning to you too, Amber, I said while getting off the bed. I approached her and she nuzzled her head against mine. We'll be going to the third gym today. Do you know who I've decided to use today? I asked her. Ninetales, Amber asked back, confused. Haha, I responded back with a laugh. I then looked at our bags and Pokeballs lying around near the table. I went to it and rummaged around for a bit, before retrieving a certain colored marble-like stone. I know Professor Oak said gyms have varying degrees of difficulty depending on the Pokémon one uses, but according to him, this stone here is still a new concept to the public. Unless the gym leader denies its usage, I think it's time to test this bad boy out. We did a lot of training since we left Cerulean City, since that stretch of land was quite long. I put my things down and hopped into the shower to get cleaned up. Once I got cleaned up a few minutes later, I saw everyone still sleeping, so I got my things all ready and put my Pokeballs around my belt like usual. My left and right wrists had a black ring around them on each hand. On the left wrist, it had an empty socket to where a sphere could be placed. On the right wrist, it had a socket for a diamond. Going throughout my bag, I took out a colored marble-like sphere, admiring it for a moment. I then placed it in my left ring socket and it fit inside perfectly. I currently had only 2 of these stones. This specific one was colored yellow and black. Finished, I made sure I got the rest of my things ready, and left the room. A few moments after I left the room, Serena slowly lifted her eyes. So you were already awake, hey? Lily asked softly, still clinging onto her. I didn't want to disturb his current mindset. And why is it that you are clinging onto me? Serena asked back with a retort. I don't want to feel cold? You'd feel cold too, right? Lily answered with a blink of her eyes. Haha, I was just kidding you. Still, Serena began to say, slowly sitting up against the wall. She looked down and Lily sat up in front of her. She also looked down, only to follow Serena's eyes. The two saw a string sticking out of her closed butt. Itsuki really isn't wasting his time down here, is he? Serena asked with a light blush. He must be really eager. I mean, I too want to see if you can accept his thing down there, Lily answered with a giggle. Can you help me pull it out while we get cleaned up? Today's battle may get serious, and having little to no distractions will be better, Serena asked. Of course. We must not be distracted today. Like Nurse Joy, this is a big hurdle for all trainers alike. I may need to go all out with Snowy, Lily responded. I know what you mean. I'm still thinking of who to use too. Maybe it's time to use Sapphire, Serena asked. The two then looked at the two Vulpix sleeping together on the floor. They saw that Itsuki already got ready and recalled Amber. Lily also saw her Clefairy still sleeping too. We shouldn't let Itsuki wait too long. Let's call everyone back and get cleaned up, Lily said. Serena nodded and the two woke up their Pokémon. After feeding them, they were recalled, and the two got cleaned up. Meanwhile, I spent the next few moments down in the lobby at the PCs. My voice echoed as I spoke with Professor Cerise. The call didn't last long, and he stated he was looking forward to us coming tomorrow. Moreover, it seems since their last call with us, something happened on their end, which he only stated that both Chloe's family and Go's family will be there to meet us. Perhaps since that call, something did actually happen between the two? Professor Cerise did make it sound like it was good news, so we will see. I wasn't by myself for too long either. I saw Serena and Lily come down, all dressed and ready. I could see their pokeballs around their waists as well. That didn't take long. You two ready? I said as I took out my Pokédex. Yeah. We're good to go. Did you call Professor Cerise? Serena asked. Sure did. He said there was something to look forward to, I said. Is that so? We only got plans to challenge the gym today. Hopefully we won't get sent back here in under a minute, Lily responded, a bit worried. Then let us go, I said, nodding my head. Turning on the map in my Pokédex, we quickly navigated Vermilion City, eventually reaching the left side of the city. The Pokémon Center was located on the north side, while the Vermilion Harbor was all the way south. Even though we were still in the middle, we could still see the beaches and the vast sea beyond. It was quite beautiful. After spending a couple hours reaching the west side of the city, it became noontime. It was then we finally reached the gym. It looks like it went through an overhaul, just like how the Cerulean City gym was. Yet there was no water moat surrounding this gym. Instead it was placed in the center of a giant grassy park. A line of shrubs stood on each side at the entrance. As for the building, it wasn't as large either, but still pretty big. It had a singular slanted roof that descended left to right. Most of it was colored yellow, and a giant pane could be seen over the entrance which had a thunder badge colored in it. Without hesitation, the three of us opened the front entrance and we went inside. Sure enough, the battlefield was quite large and we saw a few trainer figures idling about. Most of the gym's lights were off, but I could see the spectator seats were a bunch of red bleachers. It seems they didn't seem to notice our arrival, or that they didn't care. So instead, I decided to raise my voice. I've come here to challenge for the Thunder Badge, I declared. Me too, Serena also yelled out. And me, Lily responded. As if on K, the lights of the gym lit up, and we saw what appeared to be a few figures dressed in military camo, or clothes of that of a punk. A typical black leather jacket. One of the men dressed in black let out a rough chuckle. He then turned around, and we saw a shadowy figure further behind them. This man spoke out to this figure. Hat. Boss. It looks like we got 3 more victims to send into the ER, the rough man said. Did ya say 3 this time, the shadowy figure said. We then saw him stand up, and damn, his height soared. He got closer and closer, and as he did, we had to lift our heads up. Even I had to. This man seemed about 2 feet taller than me. Almost 2 lilies composed of his height. Serena and Lily became shocked by how tall he was. He also wore a green military vest and pants. Wow, he is huge, Serena uttered. And I thought Itsuki was tall, Lily also uttered. Yup, this is definitely Lieutenant Surge all right. Though unlike his height, he actually was quick to put on a smile, and greeted us. So ya three are the challengers this time, hey? Welcome to the Vermilion Gym. I'm Lieutenant Surge, and I run this here gym in Vermilion City, Lieutenant Surge said, introducing himself as he stretched out his arms. Hearing that, Serena blinked for a moment as she wasn't expecting him to be friendly like this. It's nice you meet you, Serena asked. I can see a couple of cute ones here. Don't think I'll go easy on ya though. We don't plan to underestimate you, Lily responded in confidence. Now that is some confidence. Did you guys already choose who is going first? Lieutenant Surge asked. We did. I'll be the first to take you up on that, I answered, walking up to him. Despite doing that, he was still about 2 feet taller than me. Such a giant. So this baby is the first one to receive a wallop today, hey? Lieutenant Surge asked as he shifted his eyes toward me. Baby, I couldn't help but retort back. This only earned a laugh from Lieutenant Surge. Haha. I call every loser a baby here, he said with a smile. So you think I'll lose today at? What do you think about this? I asked. About what? Lieutenant Surge tried to ask, but I went silent. I lifted my left arm at him, showing him my wrist. It took him a good moment to see what was special about my mega ring, but he was able to notice the stone inside of it. No way, that's a mega ring ain't it? Lieutenant Surge asked in surprise. His voice carried to the trainers below him and they revealed shocked expressions too. You bet it is. From what I've been told, it's still new and regulations for this differ from gym to gym. I hadn't seen you place any yet. Do you have any rules for mega evolution? I asked him. To be honest, I hadn't put any cause I didn't think I'd see any mega evolution for a while, but color me impressed. To think I'd get a challenger so soon, who has it? To answer your question, no, I have no restrictions. I'd love to test it out personally, Lieutenant Surge answered, full of spirit. And that answers that. Look like I'll be able to test mega evolution out this battle. But before we start the battle, I decided to ask him one more thing. Excellent. Though before we start our battle, I do have one question I'd like to ask, I started to say. Ah? What would that be, baby? Lieutenant Surge asked. I felt my eye twitch a bit, but decided to ignore that last part, and proceeded with my question. Lieutenant Surge, you used to belong in a military, didn't you? I asked him. Chapter 74, A Spar. Another busy work week. One of the 4 busiest months of the year for me, so you guys know the drill. I will try to post chapters when I can, writing schedule should return to normal once it's January. Go enjoy time with your family, happy holidays. You used to be a part of a military here in Kanto, right, Lieutenant Surge? I asked him seriously. What of it? I used to fight in wars alongside Pokémon years ago. A baby like you wouldn't stand a chance in the military, haha, Lieutenant Surge said, letting out a laugh. This caused the other trainers laugh after him. I didn't get embarrassed by his answer either, I only smiled in response. I have zero interest in any military. I only asked because of your answer, you've participated in many battles. I have. Would you be interested in a spar then? I asked him straight on. A spar? With a puny baby like you, Lieutenant Surge retorted. Before I knew it, he walked right up to my face. To be honest, with him like this in front of me now, it was quite overbearing. I was 6'5", which was quite tall, but he was on a whole another level. He was literally 2 feet higher than me, and his build was a lot more muscular. It was clear he trained a lot, and probably did so frequently with his reissue. Sure, I was shown the underworld during my 10-year stay in Alola, receiving training from Master Hobbs along the way, but without that, I used to be a mere white-collar office worker. It's a shame I had yet to learn the use of aura. I learned early on that this technique was not for just anyone. In fact, I don't even know anyone who currently has learned it. Only a handful of people ever revealed to use Lucario in the anime as well, mainly being Maylene, Corina, Riley, and actually Ash himself. Ash was quite a lucky bastard to receive a Riolu egg in Journeys. He had deepened his bond so much with Riolu that when it evolved into Lucario, Ash learned how to use aura to know wherever his Lucario was. This was shown when he was searching for Lucario's Mega Stone. Using aura inwardly and passively like that is completely different than trying to use it in actual fighting. Ash didn't even know what technique aura was when that happened. So calling it rare was a big understatement. I could only catch a Riolu myself to further experience it, I guess. But that aside, I still think I could match up against Lieutenant Surge, but if I get my ass beat, I wouldn't complain. I hadn't fought many people before this, so I don't know where my strength currently laid. Only a moment passed in silence before I saw Lieutenant Surge smile. Haha. A spar hey? I got fired up earlier knowing I would get 3 challengers today. Why not? A fight is still a fight, no matter if we use Pokémon or not. I still won't go easy on ya though kid, Lieutenant Surge answered, patting my shoulder a couple times as he laughed. We're 3 adults, you know that right, I retorted back. I always call a loser a baby and someone who's younger than me a kid. If you got a problem with dat, you can try beating it out if me, Lieutenant Surge answered with a grin. This brought in some more laughter from the trainers around him, while one of them raised a concerned voice. Boss, are you sure it's fine for you to be doing a fight before a Pokémon battle? It'll be fine. We could always push it back a day should we need Tome to recover. Are you guys fine with dat? Lieutenant Surge asked. I don't mind. I don't see this spar lasting that long, I answered. Lily and Serena also shook their heads. I do have one request though, I continued to say. Oh? What would that be? Would it be fine for the Pokémon I'll be using today to watch this spar? I've been teaching it a certain move since we came from Cerulean City, I explained. So that's how it is. That's fine with me. For the actual gym battle, it'll be a one-on-one with the 3 of you. So each of you will only use 1 Pokémon. As for my partner, come on out, Reishu, Lieutenant Surge explained, only for him to toss out his Pokeball. A huge electric mouse-like Pokémon appeared before us. One that looked very similar to the Pokémon back in Professor Oak's lab when I chose Squirtle. And one similar to the very same Pokémon Ash's main Pokémon is. Reishu, Reishu yelled out, puffing out its chest the moment it appeared. Reishu was the evolved form of Pikachu. As expected, it's Reishu, I uttered. Since you showed yours Lieutenant Surge, I'll take that as a yes. Come on out, I replied. I grabbed one of my Pokeballs, and tossed it into the air. A shiny animation glittered the moment the Pokémon came out, only to reveal a green and black bee-like creature. Beedrill, Beedrill yelled out, facing Reishu not too far away. Its wings started to rapidly flutter, constantly moving around. It then looked around for a bit, and saw me. Beedrill then quickly flew to my side. Lieutenant Surge's eyes quickly focused on the Beedrill that appeared. An alternate colored Beedrill? Looks pretty strong too. And seeing you have that mega ring, a mega Beedrill, hey, Lieutenant Surge asked. So you were quick to tell at. That's right, I explained back. I then turned toward my Beedrill and spoke out again. Beedrill, you know the move I've been trying to teach you right? Follow my movements I'm going to use against Lieutenant Surge, I said to Beedrill. Beedrill, Beedrill yelled back in confirmation. Are you ready to lose, baby? Lieutenant Surge asked. I then saw him start to crack his neck. As if, I retorted back, only to take off my shirt. My tan skin revealed itself, showing that I had a bit of muscle. It was far from Lieutenant Surge though, who had packed muscles everywhere. Most of the training I did was done internally, which meant I had a lot more energy stored inside that I could unleash. Seeing the 2 of us ready ourselves, Reishu and Beedrill looked on in anticipation. Kick his ass, Itsuki, Serena cheered on with a curse. I almost tumbled over hearing that, but I continued to look at Lieutenant Surge. As for Lily, she stayed quiet as she watched me, without blinking her eyes. Let's see if Hobbs hadn't been wasting his time, Lily retorted inside her mind. The closest trainer approached the side, and spoke out to start our spar. This will be a spar between the Vermilion City's gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, and one of today's 3 challengers, Itsuki. Strikes to the head and to the groin are forbidden. Any attempt to do so will be an automatic disqualification. The rest of the body is free game, the trainer said, explaining the rules. Let this spar begin, the trainer announced. After he did, the field turned quiet. Lieutenant Surge shifted his body, and raised both of his arms. He crouched his shoulders a bit, formally entering a boxing stance, ready to take a jab at me. As for me, I rotated my right leg back, to where my body lined up vertically to Lieutenant Surge. Only my left shoulder now pointed at him. I hid my right hand behind back, and raised my left arm up, forming a fist and extended it out. My stance appeared similar to that of Sabas from Overlord. We now waited to see who was going to strike first. Asterisk. What, humans can fight in the Pokémon world too, you know. Chapter 75, Duel. Lieutenant Surge raised his two arms, extending them upward and crouched his back a bit. I then saw him start lifting his left foot, and then his right foot off the ground a bit, making sure they never stood still. He had entered a boxing stance of sorts. However, I wasn't sure if boxing existed in the Pokémon world. Martial arts did, but maybe it went under a different name here. As for me, I now had my left shoulder facing Lieutenant Surge, with my left hand formed into a fist and extended out. My right arm wrapped behind my back. Very similar to how Sabas takes his fighting stance from Overlord, but mine was reversed. My apologies, but it looks like be the one to take the first strike, I declared. Bring it, baby. I'll take any punch you throw at me, Lieutenant Surge said, taunting back at me. It was these types of stances that it was better to wait for the opponent to move first and react accordingly, but I decided to make the first move. I swiftly stepped in, and swung my left fist hard. Lieutenant Surge brought both of his arms together, creating a shield. My fist was fast, but I poured my energy into it, and struck hard. Bang! And not giving any time to spare, I jumped up and did a quick twist of my waist. My left leg spun around my backside as I flipped over. Lieutenant Surge was quick to react to where I aimed for my next strike, his shoulder. After blocking my first punch, he formed a palm with both of his hands and swiftly moved it to his shoulders to block my kick. The moment the sole of my shoe struck his palms, another loud echo resounded in the gym. Unfortunately for me though, he grinned, and was able to grab a hold of my shoe once it was in his palm. With a fast jerk, Lieutenant Surge stressed his muscles a bit and took a firm stance into the ground. He then did a twisting motion, and flung me horizontally while I was still in the air. Yet I took this spinning and gained some momentum, swiftly rotating back around, and struck out with my feet again, aiming for his chest once more. Bang! This time, I was able to use enough force to push Lieutenant Surge back a bit as he felt a strong impact strike against his chest. I was able to flip one more time, landing back on my own feet not too far away. I took this time to enter my stance again. But as I did this, the trainer's eyes turned wide, seeing their gym leader get pushed back from that exchange just now. No way, the boss really got pushed back, one of the trainers uttered in surprise. Beedrill also yelled out, excited as it buzzed around in place from the side. Reishu also had fun watching on. Yet I only saw a smile appear on Lieutenant Surge's face. So you do got some power in those strikes, kid, Lieutenant Surge said as he felt his chest sting from that impact. He acted normally afterward though, and he started to hop back and forth again. Hearing that, I also grinned back at him. So you aren't calling me a loser anymore, I asked back. Haha. We will find that out, kid. Let's see how you do up close, Lieutenant Surge declared. And just like that, I saw him move swiftly, only taking a couple strides before he was right up to me. I had little time to spare on my end before Lieutenant Surge started throwing rather quick jabs at me. Left, right, left again, he was very quick. And every time, more punching sounds would echo in the gym. Thankfully I was able to react quickly just like I had done before, and met my fists with his. We wore no fist guards or anything, so every punch we collided with, both of us felt heavy blows. His fists were quite larger than mine as well, so the effect was more on me. After a few exchanges of throwing punches, our fingers started to redden, and any more would likely cause blood to form and splatter. This wasn't an all-out brawl, only a spar, so the moment I realized I saw this happening, the next strike we collided against, I managed to quickly retreat back by jumping. Seeing this, Lieutenant Surge smiled again. So you can keep up with me in close combat too. Not bad, kid. You'd be great for a sparring partner actually, Lieutenant Surge replied, giving a compliment. Thank you. You are quite good yourself. As expected of a military veteran, I should say. Why don't we stop here? So you noticed that too? I was a bit rash to begin this spar so quickly, and forgot to bring out my training equipment. Sorry about that, Lieutenant Surge said, apologizing while scratching his head. I saw his fists were quite reddened at this point too. Haha, it's fine. I could fight evenly against you, even if it was just for a little bit. I had fun, I replied with a laugh. Same here, kid. Do you want to rest up a bit before we start your gym challenge? Lieutenant Surge asked. Nah, I'm good, I answered back. Hearing that though, Lily frowned. While that was fun to watch, we really should treat your fists, Itsuki. Look, Lily asked, pointing toward me with a worried voice. We all looked down to have a look at my fists that received quite a few blows. Sure enough, in the next moment, the skin started to tear, and blood started pouring out. Perhaps it was the adrenaline from the spar just now, but I didn't feel any pain. It was more of a numbing sensation. Guess I came out the victor in that exchange, kid, ha ha ha. Lieutenant Surge let out another laugh seeing my fists start bleeding over. Serena and Lily didn't hesitate to come to my side after Lieutenant Surge said that. Are you all right, Itsuki? Serena asked, also worried. Never been better. We probably should get this treated though. That's where I come in, Lily replied confidently. I would often end up injured or end up falling unconscious during my training rounds with Master Hobbs. His training was a lot stricter than the spar I had with Lieutenant Surge just now, so I can handle an injury like this easily. Sure, I could let my Squirtle heal this wound up by calling him out, but Lily spent personal time learning how to address wounds such as this one while we were together back then. I would always get treated by her, so this time was no less. Lily quickly got some bandages out of her own bag, and some medicine to treat my wound. After applying it, I saw white bandages get wrapped around my fists. Good as new for now. How does it feel now, Itsuki? Feels great now, thank you. I may need help eating dinner later though, I replied with a retort. Hehe, I think we can make that happen, Serena replied with a grin herself. Boss, are ya fine? How are ya fists lookin'? One of the trainers asked from his side. I should probably take a few minutes too. I'll meet ya guys back here in 5, Lieutenant Surge answered. We nodded at his words. A couple moments passed as Lieutenant Surge and Reishu exited the back end of the building. Both the trainers from his side and us three waited in anticipation. Before long, we saw him come back, and it looked like he was ready to have a Pokémon battle. Seeing this, one of the trainers went to the side again to be the ref. We didn't speak anymore, and we both looked on in anticipation, waiting for him to start the battle. In which, he spoke out in a loud voice. This will be a one-on-one Pokémon battle between the challenger, Itsuki, and our very own gym leader, Lieutenant Surge. The last Pokémon left standing will be declared the victor. Battlers, bring out your Pokémon, the ref announced in a loud voice. Let's do this. Go Reishu, Lieutenant Surge said excitedly. Reishu, Reishu yelled out, jumping in front of Lieutenant Surge, onto the battlefield. It was just a stone field clad in a yellow design, and there was no obstacles. We were free to attack with what we wanted to. It's your turn for this one, Beedrill, I answered back. Beedrill replied, quickly flying out in front of me. Seeing both sides ready, the ref spoke out once more. Let the battle begin. My third gym battle was now underway.
Thanks for listening.